I would call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on bras c'est porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanage, Nani Bueda Miguechewendanda. Nani Bueda Miguechewendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Ed Broadbent, Ricky Carrero, John Alfred Jack Fenn, Norman Jewison, Michael Lantzman, Kevin Lee, Paul O'Connor, Alan Redway, Harry Rosen, Rabbi Irvin Child, Susan Sarin, Alan Shore, Constantine Dino Voido-Nicholas, Florence Wong, and the victims of the Northwest Territories plane crash. Thank you. Please be seated. Councillor Fletcher, you wish to make an announcement?
No, Speaker, we just had our moment of silence, and included in that list was my longtime assistant, Susan Saran. And I simply wanted to thank all of my colleagues and all of the many city staff that reached out with their condolences, and cards and flowers, and speaking to me and my team, and just very much appreciate the love and support that we've had during this very difficult time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cheng, you would like to make an announcement?
Oh, that's for tomorrow.
Oh, is that for tomorrow? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay. Councillor Sachs.
Well, yes, I do, but she's not here yet. I wanted to honor our colleague, Deputy Mayor Morley, who I understand received an important award yesterday, and she promised to give me the details, but I don't have them yet. But when she comes, she won something important yesterday. No.
Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to say happy Black History Month to everybody. Yes, you can clap. It was an honor and a privilege to join the Black Staff Network on February 1st, here in Council chambers and online to help kick off Black History Month. Historically, Black people have been set aside and often not seen. I want to say I see you. I recognize your contributions to our great city, and I, along with my council colleagues, thank you for all the work you do each and every day. On February 2nd, I helped unveil 2 laneways in my ward, Henry Box Brown and North Star Way. Henry Box Brown's story is one not only of Black history, but one of local Black history. Brown was an enslaved man from Virginia who found freedom by shipping himself to Philadelphia in a wooden box and earned the box in Henry Box Brown. After his liberation, he shared his story in the northeastern United States and across England before his family eventually settled right here in Toronto. He lived on Bright Street. I have a painting of the street in my office with children playing on the street. His resilience in finding a path to freedom and bravery in telling his story despite the threat of being recaptured should serve as a source of inspiration for all of us. While Henry Box Brown found freedom through unconventional means, North Star Way represents the journey shared by the over 100,000 people who escaped slavery via the Underground Railroad. We have a rich Black history here in Canada, and it is important that our stories are told. The theme of this year's Pride Toronto Black History Month theme is Sankofa. The phrase Sankofa may be new to some, but it is not to Black people. It is an old concept in the Black community that is hundreds of years old. It has deep meaning that resonates with the majority of us across the globe. The city's motto is our diversity, our strength. In the heart of that motto, if you look close enough, lies Sankofa. I look forward to celebrating with all of you the new Sankofa Square later this year. And happy Black History Month to everybody.
Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the William Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize Andrew Flynn, Controller, Finance and Treasury Services, on his retirement from the City of Toronto. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Thank you, Speaker Nanciata. It's okay. Thank you. I'm pleased to stand here today and speak to you about the outstanding career and service of our colleague, City of Toronto Controller Andrew Flynn, who will retire as of March 2024. Before saying a few words about Andrew, I would like to acknowledge and welcome 2 special guests who are here with us this morning. Andrew's wife and partner of 31 years, Natalie, and our former Chief Financial Officer, Heather Taylor. Andrew joined the city in March 2019 after working as a chartered accountant in Calgary and his hometown in Lindsay, Ontario. He then served as finance director in 3 ministries with the Ontario Public Services. In his 5 years with the city, Andrew oversaw the operations of 5 divisions: accounting services, payroll, pension and employee benefits, purchasing and materials management, revenue services, and financial control and process improvement. The Comptroller's Office plays a vital role in the day-to-day financial management of the city. And under Andrew's leadership, it always ran in a controlled and efficient manner. Andrew's leadership style is to focus on his people and always lift them up. Always be there for them when they need. He was also able to find the balance between strong people leadership and strong process so that taxpayers' dollars are respected and spent appropriately. His background as a chartered accountant no doubt served him and the people of Toronto well. Outside of work, Andrew can be found cheering on the Toronto Blue Jays, the Raptors, and even more passionately, his kids' sports teams. He's also certified as a level 3 basketball coach. Level 3, yes. Andrew always gives back to his community. He's one of the founding directors of the Kawartha Lakes Community Health Initiative, a long-serving director and president of the Kawartha Lakes Boys and Girls Club, and a member of the Optimist Club. He's also an enthusiastic supporter of course, the Blue Jays and the Raptors. Andrew, we thank you for your leadership and your work to support the many city divisions that provide services for our residents and businesses. I hope you and Natalie will get more chances to spend time together, camping, roasting some s'mores over fire. I now invite you, Andrew, to please accept this commemorative scroll as a token of the city's appreciation for your contributions.
Your Worship, Mayor Chow, Speaker Nunziata, councillors, City Manager Johnson, DCMs, colleagues, family, and friend, thank you so very much for your kind words. I have so many thanks to give. I'm very pleased that this is the first and only time that I've been asked to speak at this podium. Because as your controller, if I had been asked to speak before you today, that would have meant that something had gone horribly or drastically wrong. So I'm happy that I only have good news to give today. It's somehow fitting that I'm here today in the City of Toronto Council Chamber at the end of my 36-year career. You see, like Councillor Holliday, I also grew up in a municipal politics household. My now departed father was a councillor and then the longest serving mayor of the town of Lindsay for 17 years. During my formative years. And somehow public service and municipal politics found its way into my blood. So thank you to my parents, Dad from watching from above, and Mom probably on YouTube. Thank you for instilling in me the desire to serve the public that so many of our colleagues here also have. It's not always easy to describe why we do this service, but there is no question that it is a higher calling. Thank you, of course, to Natalie, my wife and life. No thank you to you will be sufficient, so instead, you get me in person, full-time, in 35 short days. I hope we are ready. To Matthew, McKenna, Sarah, and Christopher, your future and mine is so bright that I can hardly wait. And no, unfortunately, I never got to meet Drake, but there are still a few more weeks. So if anybody has any ins, let me know. My next thank you is to Heather Taylor, my mentor, colleague, and most importantly, my friend, who I've known for all of those 36 years. It was to work with her that I left the cozy confines of Queen's Park, and I haven't regretted it for an instant. Steve will know what I mean when I say the last 5 years have been challenging, inspiring, demanding, and taxing, but working with and for Heather was always gratifying and enriching. We have both learned so much. She built an amazing team, which will benefit the city for some time to come and set standards for performance that will last. I think with Steve following Heather's footsteps in the role of CFO, the city is in excellent hands. Now to my teams. I've had the pleasure of working, as the mayor said, with 5 divisions and 1 small office that report to me. I have so much to give thanks for, but I'm only going to name one thing for each division, otherwise I'd be here all morning. First, Revenue Services, Casey Brendan and his team. Thank you for your professionalism. It isn't easy being the collector of our taxes and utilities and parking tickets. We have over 800,000 customers, and his team deal with all of them. Some of them can be somewhat demanding, but Casey and his team are always bring an extraordinarily high level of professionalism to all of their interactions. Next, David McIsaac, who some of you may not have met yet, but and before him, Hatem Belhai and the Payroll, Pension, and Employee Benefits team. For them, I want to thank them for their excellence. You see, they have the toughest KPI of all. If I don't see a deposit in my bank account every 2 weeks, David gets a phone call the next morning. So for last Thursday, you're good. On a daily basis, this team deals with all of the movements of all of our staff across all of our divisions, and they get it right. I like to remember that we employ a staff the size of the city of Belleville every day. So thank you for your excellence. Now on to procurement. Genevieve Sharkey, and before her, Mike Pachalak. If there's a better team of problem solvers and creative thinkers across the city, I don't know where they are. All of our divisions at one point in time or another bring a challenge to PMMD, and they solve the problems. So PMMD gets thanked for their creativity in helping the city buy everything it needs to literally do every service that the city provides. And now the team, for me, that represents hope and vision for the future is Stuart Campbell and his financial control and financial systems transformation project teams. They deserve my thanks because of their dedication and optimism and belief in how the future can be so much better. Keep it up. Just keep it up. And my final division is accounting services. Mark Rosick and Dury Lee are doing a great job in the time since Sandra Calaferetti started her well-earned retirement in the fall. For them and their teams, I have to thank them for their determination to make sure we do it right. They are often in the place of having to say, no, do it this way, or please, please, just answer the auditor's questions. Without their determination, it would be too easy to take the easy way out. And finally, to my small office team, Joanna, Wahida, and Bavneet, they get thanked for their patience because keeping me organized and focused is not an easy task. They make every day a pleasure. I'd also like to call out all of the other finance and treasury teams, so Anthony's team in FPD, Gifford's in internal audit, Melissa in insurance and risk management, and Randy in capital markets, as well as the office of the CFO. It's been a great honor to collaborate with you and to be your colleague. And lastly, Madam Speaker, if I could give Council One final bit of my best advice is this. Be aware of your support division's needs. Without them as strong partners, the city can't achieve all of its potential. It's been my honor to have been your controller for the last 5 years, and I wish you much success in the years to come as you serve this great city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Thompson. It's on the screen. I
don't have my screen up. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. That City Council confirmed the minutes from meeting 13, held on December 13, 14, 15, 2023, in the form supplied to the members.
Thank you. All those in favor, raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce today's agenda following a productive executive committee meeting last month. Today's meeting, of course, follows the launch of my budget last week, which focused our city on the common goal of cleaning up the financial mess we face and getting our city back on track. You will note that my budget makes it easy to choose transit. That means continuing to increase service back up to pre-pandemic levels and beyond. It means more staff in stations to improve safety. We're building the Scarborough busway to save people 20 minutes or more per day on their commutes, and we're not raising TTC fares. And just yesterday, I stood with the Premier to announce the One Fare program, which will serve people well, saving approximately $1,600 a year. Now, all of this means that we are trying to make transit more reliable, convenient, faster, affordable, and safe. At this council meeting, my first key item will be the RapidTO report, which is in your executive report here, committee. The goal of RapidTO is to improve transit reliability and convenience on service routes. And that means making sure there's a bus or streetcar available when you need to get to work, school, or run errands. At the recent executive meeting, we also consider a number of items from long-term financial plan, part of getting our city back on track. And that measures include taxing real estate purchases by foreign buyers to curb speculation and make more housing available to people across the city. Looking at the IMIT program to create a new program that balances incentivizing innovation and investment without losing much needed revenue to deliver the service that support businesses. Together, through our collective action, let's get the city back on track. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
Yes, I'd like to move that the report from meeting 12 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I'd also like to thank our Civic Appointments team. They've put together a new format for the room so that our interviews are not held in such a formal place so that people feel less intimidated and more approachable in the interviews. I'd also like to thank my fellow committee members because together we are treasure hunting through all the interviews that we do, and there are indeed incredible members of our city who are willing to contribute to the various committees that make our city excellent. So we encourage all councillors to continue promoting civic appointment opportunities. We need more diverse voices to truly represent the fabric of our city in the leadership that speaks into shaping the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do. Can we display the motion?
Yeah, the motion's on the screen.
Thank you. I move that the report from meeting 9 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. We had a very full agenda at that meeting, and I know that many councillors today are interested in particular in questions around noise, and I hope that we will continue to work together to make sure that we're being as responsive as possible and collaborating throughout this council meeting on that particular point. And thank you to my committee colleagues for all the work that has been put in for what's before you. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting number 9 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I'd ask for support of this from all of my colleagues, and I'd also like to congratulate Andrew Flynn, our retiring controller, and all of his hard work and dedication that he's put forward and his staff. General Government Licensing Committee, we had a number of important issues to deal with. Some of them are on the agenda before you today. I'd like to thank all of the staff that report to the General Government Committee for all of their work. As Andrew said, you don't always hear or see from them, and when you do, there's usually a problem, which doesn't happen too often. So I would like to thank everybody for their hard work and dedication, and ask for support from my colleagues for the committee report before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 10 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 9 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I do. That the report from meeting 10 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda be presented for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 10 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I just wanted to bring your attention to an item that will probably appear in the minutes but didn't appear in the formal agenda because at the last minute it was declared out of order. And it was a walk-on motion that had Community Council emphasize the importance of a core service in the inner suburbs, which is, of course, window clearing. It's a vital service for those who need access to their driveway, for those who are disabled, seniors, and persons at personal risk of injury by clearing the snow packed at the end of their driveway. The snow piled at the end of the driveway in the City of Toronto is on city property, and the snow is piled up on property.
Councillor Pasternak, is that part of the North York Community Council?
Well, it was declared out of order at the last minute, but it will appear in the minutes.
Yeah, so can you just speak on what's on the agenda?
This was an important issue that I
No,
thought.
I understand, but you'll have another opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
James, it was a good try. You got my
Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Again, the report from meeting number 10 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. Once it comes up, I will carry this. Now, the report from meeting 10 of the Toronto and East York Community Council list on the agenda of council will be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to introduce a new business from city officials, moved by Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak, could you read it, please? Just one moment. There you go.
That new business from city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. At this time, are there any declarations of interest? If we can clear the screen. Councillor Bradford, did you say you had an interest?
Yes, that's right, Madam Speaker. I'm just trying to get onto the system, but if I can proceed with your grace. I'd like to declare a conflict of interest on EY 10.5 4884 4896 Dundas Street West, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Appeal Report. Nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on the file, and I've also submitted written notice to the clerks. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further declarations of interest? No? Okay, I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Bradford.
Yep, thanks, Madam Speaker. I would like to rise and present more than 500 petitions, Torontonians who are calling on City Council to reverse the tobogganing ban. Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Members? Okay. Okay, Councillor Cole, we don't want it to snow, please. Okay, we need the money in the budget. We don't have money to snow removal. So please, don't even talk about snow. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 14.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have 5 deferred items before us today. PH 8.5, TE 9.14, TE 9.30, DM 14.1, and DM 14.2. The mayor has designated item EX 11.8 on RapidTO Service Transit Network as her first key matter and the first item of business today. The mayor has designated item IE 10.1 on administrative penalty system for red light camera and automated speed enforcement violations as her second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold, and I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The city clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Okay, deferred items. Okay. Councillor Moyes.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'm going to hold TE 9.14. I also have a motion. Yeah, I'd like to defer this to the next council meeting. The clerks has the motion.
Okay, can you just read it out, the item, please?
TE 9.14, 98 to 100 Bond Street and 5474 Dundas Street East, zoning bylaw amendment application.
Okay, so Councillor Moyes, this was a deferred item from the previous council meeting. It's here without a recommendation. Councillor Moyes is moving to defer it to the March council meeting. Okay, on favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. We'll now go through executive. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 11.1 municipal non-resident speculation tax on foreign buyers of residential property.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, Executive Committee.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 11.10, Toronto Police Services Board response to members' motion.
It's being held by Councillor Crescenti.
I would suggest, while I have the floor, that we combine it with IE 10.7.
Okay, so when we get to that item, IE 10, yeah, we can make that a timed item. So we'll put your name down for IE 10.7, okay? All right. Are there any further holds for executive? No. Civic appointments. No. Economic and Community Development Committee report. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold EC 9.4, Homelessness Service.
That's already been held. It's held by Councillor Perruzza. Yeah, okay. General Government Committee. General Government Committee? Okay, just one sec. Councillor Pasternak, I see your name up there, but that was for the previous item? Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I can release GG 9.12.
Okay, can you read it out, please?
Oh, sorry, expropriation of 1430 Gerrard Street for permanent affordable housing stage 2. Thank you. And thank the staff very much for their work on this, Speaker.
So Councillor Fletcher is releasing GG 9.12. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Councillor Holliday.
Speaker, I'd like to hold the two remaining ones, IE 10.3 bike lanes that are safe and passable for bikes, and IE 10.6, delivering improved accessibility, Bike Share Toronto's modernized rate structure update.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. Planning and housing. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning. Could I please hold PH 9.12?
Can you please read the item down?
The item is 78, 80, and 86 Mimico Avenue. Notice of intention to designate a property under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
Thank you. Are there any further holds on planning and housing? No. Etobicoke York Community Council. No. North York Community Council. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. NY 10.5 was, I held that because it was forwarded here without recommendations, and with apologies to my colleagues, that's mostly because I wasn't there that day. I'd like to release my hold and have a vote on this very good news story where right on the Eglinton Crosstown route, 61 units of rental housing will be replaced and an additional 800 units of housing.
Okay, so it's here without a recommendation, so you're moving the
Staff
report,
recommendations.
the staff
plus
recommendation?
Okay. Staff recommendations and the one additional recommendation of the Community Council, which is that replacement tenants get a replacement parking spot negotiated.
Okay, and the motion is on the screen. Okay. So it's my understanding, Councillor Carroll, so we're just going to move the report. Because the additional motion, it's my understanding that you want to move today was adopted by council.
Right. So,
yeah.
Speaker, what I'll do is release the item with the staff recommendations now, and in conference with the local councillor, we'll move that additional recommendation later in writing. Oh, it has been adopted.
It has been adopted.
I was not appropriately hearing the advice. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
it was
you,
adopted
Chief
at Community Council, so you just need to move the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on NY 10.5, Councillor Carroll is moving the staff recommendation. On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, thank you. Councillor Cole, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Burnside, how do you vote? In the negative, thank you.
The item is adopted, 23 to 1.
Thank you. Scarborough Community Council. Okay, just one, yeah, just one sec, I'll get to you. Councillor Candeval, can you please turn off your mic? I will turn on your mic and off, on and off, okay? So please, can you push your button? Don't turn your mic on.
It's on right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So let me put the names on the screen for Scarborough. If you want to speak on the Scarborough one, please put your name on the list. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold SC 10.2, 2683 Lawrence Avenue East, zoning amendment decision, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold SC 10.5 and SC 10.13. Okay. SC 10.5 is 5462 Glen Everest Road, rental housing demolition application decision report approval, Ward 20, and SC 10.13 is 150 Clonmore Drive, zoning amendment application decision report approval, Ward 20.
Thank you. Okay, Toronto and East York Community Council. Toronto and East York Community Council? No? Okay. Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
I don't know if the staff have that motion ready for TE 10.10, 1134 Queen Street zoning bylaw amendment. If it's ready, I'll move it. I sent in the construction management plan, but it doesn't look like it, so I'll continue holding that. That's fine. We'll do it at quick release later on.
We are ready, so we'll put the motion on the screen.
Thank you.
This is T 10.10. Okay, there it is, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'll move that, Speaker.
Okay. On favor, the amendment by Councillor Fletcher. Show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Are there any additional holds for Toronto and East York Community Council? No. All right, we'll go to new business now. Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, sorry, I had my hand up. I'm trying to, TE 10.42. I have a minor amendment recommended by the city solicitor, which I think the clerk has.
Well, just one sec. I'll have to see if the clerk has it, because can you read the item out?
Yes.
And it is here without a recommendation.
Yes, 316 Bloor Street West. Request for city solicitor to attend at the Toronto local appeal body. So there's a minor amendment, and then if the clerk is ready.
Yeah, it's on the screen, Councillor Sachs.
Great, so I'd like to make the amendment and then move the staff recs.
Okay, so Councillor Sachs is moving the amendment on. Okay, just one sec.
Okay, then the recommendations in the letter. Okay.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, why don't we hold the item
That's fine,
down,
we can hold
because
it.
there is a little bit of confusion here, okay? Thanks. Councillor Candeval, is this what you got your name up here for Toronto and East York? Oh, no, sorry. Okay, so new business, Councillor Candavel.
Sorry, I thought we were on City Council, CC.
Yeah, we're on new business now. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to hold CC 14.9 and CC 14.10.
Can you please read the item out, please?
Oh, yes, sorry. Still, I'd like to hold CC 14.9, 683, 685 Warden Avenue, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision, Ontario Land Tribunal appeal, request for direction, and CC 14.10, 3585 and 3595 St. Clair Avenue East, 636 to 646 and 641 to 663 Danforth Road, and 411 and 415 Kennedy Road, official plan amendment, zoning amendment, draft plan of subdivision, request for direction.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I finally found something that wasn't held by someone else. See, I am pretty sure CC 14.7, 1265 Wilson Avenue, request for directions, please hold.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 14.1, appointment of public members to the multi-tenant house licensing tribunal.
Thank you. I will now consider requests to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Yes, so we did agree to join the item with Councillor Pasternak on the IE 10.7 and the executive item that Councillor Crisanti held down. Okay. Are there any time-specific items? No? Okay, at this time, are there any declared interests on items that have not been held? Okay. Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
Did you want to, I have two others, items that I've just checked on, and I can deal with them right now, or we can wait. The staff are here for them, so they could leave.
Yeah, which, on what?
The one on the PH 8.5 is city-initiated zoning amendments to implement Ontario line, et cetera, that one, I've just spoken with the DCMs, and there's a staff report that's coming, so I would ask to defer that another time, please.
Okay, just, I didn't get the item number.
Oh, sorry, it's deferred item.
Oh, the deferred item, sorry.
PH 8.5.
Yes. Okay.
And I'll defer that to the next meeting, please.
Okay, on PH 8.5, which is the zoning bylaw amendments to implement the Ontario line, Councillor Fletcher is deferring it to the next meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
And then the next one is TE 10.40.
Okay.
Metrolinx's Ontario line construction within the Toronto East York District first quarter update. I will release that.
Okay,
It's,
sorry, I didn't hear the item
sorry,
number.
Toronto and East York.
Yes.
10.40.
Okay. All right. Metrolinx Ontario line. Okay.
Yes, please.
You're releasing?
Yes.
Okay. On T 10.40, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley?
I think I can do a quick release on IE 10.4, endangered species habitat replacement on public lands. The clerks have a motion. I've spoken with the committee chair. I'd just like to add Toronto Region and Conservation Authority as one of the organizations being consulted.
Okay, so on IE 10.4, Councillor Ainsley is moving the amendment. It's on the screen. On favor of the amendment? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. All right, so before we adopt the order paper, are there any declared further interest? No? Okay. Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct, we have one by Councillor Bradford. Before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on the item that has been declared an interest, which is by Councillor Bradford. Okay, and that item was EY 10.5, so recorded vote on EY 10.5.
Councillor Chang, your vote, please. Councillor Candival. The item is adopted unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk's staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you do have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk's staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and, in turn, Council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be very clear. I will also advise Council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the first key item, which is item EX 11.8. Which is the mayor's key item, which is RapidTO Service Transit Network. Members of council have questions. Can you please put your name on the screen? Is there a presentation? Oh, okay, if I can have staff do a presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. The Mayor has asked that we provide a presentation on the RapidTO Surface Transit Network Plan item, and I'm pleased to provide a short presentation for you this morning. In this presentation, I will review the process that got us here to the development of the Surface Transit Network Plan, some of the decision history, an update on 4 roadway-specific projects where studies are underway, and the recommendations contained within this report. The Surface Transit Network Plan has been developed cooperatively with the TTC and City of Toronto staff. We're developing a plan to develop a safe, efficient, and equitable bus and streetcar service improvement plan. The surface transit that runs in our city supports over 70% of the trips on TTC. So while rapid transit, in terms of subways, is very important for the development of the city, the surface transit network is critical to ensure that people can move around, particularly in equity-deserving communities. Surface transit improvements can make surface transit more reliable, reduce delays, and shorten travel times in congested roadways. The goals of the Surface Transit Plan are aligned with key city policies and plans such as the Official Plan, the Toronto Poverty Reduction Strategy, and the RapidTO Net Zero Strategy. Public transit is an essential tool to support the multimodal objectives of the city and ensuring that we have an equitable society in terms of access to employment, healthcare, and social services. There were a number of questions during Executive Committee regarding the Council decision history and timeline of this development, so I've provided a short summary of that here. Initially, in December of 2019, the TTC Board approved a 5-year service plan and 10-year outlook that identified 6 key routes as candidates for potential bus lane implementation. In July 2020, City Council approved the Eglinton East bus lane and requested that City staff with TTC hold additional community consultations on other routes contained within the 5-year plan. By October of 2020, the approved Eglinton East bus lanes were in operation. In November of 2020, the Surface Transit Network Plan report was brought forward to Council for endorsement about 20 corridors, including the original 6 routes identified in the TTC 5-year service plan. At that point, Council directed staff to prepare a consultation strategy and report back to Council in Q1 of 2021. So in April of 2021, staff brought back a report outlining that consultation strategy to be undertaken, and the consultation was undertaken in 2 phases in fall of 2021 to understand priorities to inform the evaluation criteria, and then later in spring 2022 for consultation on the list of priority roadways identified. And here we are today reporting to January 30th Executive Committee and Council seeking endorsement on the Surface Transit Network Plan. In the meantime, additional consultation was done on the Jane Street RapidTO route, and we worked closely with TTC to advance the implementation of the Line 3 bus replacement priority measures. So back to the consultation. Sorry, there was a call coming in on my laptop. Back to the consultation. We undertook 2 phases and reached over 7,100 respondents and surveys. 200 participants were engaged through over 15 virtual public meetings as well as community group meetings. And 82% of survey respondents indicated that they supported the 20 highest scoring roadways. They were looking for quicker implementation and identified additional priority roadways. So the process that we've undertaken had phase 1, understanding priorities, as well as technical analysis. Phase 2, doing additional technical analysis and getting feedback about that list that was identified. So right now what we're doing is seeking endorsement on this plan on undertaking a number of surface transit priority measures across the city. And a map is contained within the report with 20 routes identified in red on this slide that over the next 10 years, the city seeks to advance to implement various types of transit priority solutions. Another 27 routes are identified in blue as potential long-term locations for transit priority measures on street, which could be switched out if particular routes in the 20 list of roadways are not considered feasible. All of these, many of these roadways serve equity-deserving communities across the city, and it's important that we advance the delivery of this plan. The types of transit priority solutions are varied. We're not just talking about bus lanes here. This includes intersection and signal improvements for queue jump lanes or transit signal priority. Or if we're looking at bus lanes, they could be HOV lanes. They could also be curbside, similar to the RapidTO Eglinton East lanes that you see out on the street today. In addition to the plan itself, we've been working very closely with TTC on work to optimize surface transit in locations that are more spot treatment oriented. Queue jump lanes are anticipated to be constructed at 12 locations over the next 5 years. Transit signal priority at 50 locations annually at signals, and targeted measures at 10 locations annually to implement stopping restrictions or turn restrictions to keep transit moving. There are a number of updates about projects within this report. One of them is the Eglinton East project, which is completed, but a number of tweaks to improve its operations and the way it appeals to the community are underway, and we've continued to monitor that. The RapidTO Jane Street is a project where we've done technical analysis and preliminary design on 5 options. We had done a first phase of consultation in spring of 2023, and we are working towards a preferred design for Jane Street that we are hoping to take out to the public in Q1 of 2024 in order to seek endorsement from Council for implementation shortly thereafter. There are also 2 updates in this report regarding other roadway-specific studies that are underway in a bit of an earlier stage. We've been working closely on Steeles Avenue with Metrolinx, York Region Transit, City of Vaughan, and City of Markham on what the compatible configuration of bus transit priority would be with the Yonge North Subway extension. And lastly, the Victoria Park Avenue corridor between Lawrence and Gerrard Street East is a corridor where we've been undertaking very preliminary feasibility assessment for complete street improvements, including possible surface transit opportunities. So more to come on those. The report itself seeks endorsement on the plan so that we can continue to implement projects individually, bringing forward the detailed designs and recommendations to Council, and it seeks authorization to initiate 3 additional studies, Finch Avenue East, Dufferin Street, and Lawrence Avenue East, with the limits included in the report and on the slide here. An additional recommendation from Executive Committee was to also add Steeles Avenue West between Pioneer Village and Bathurst Street. Just lastly, delivering RapidTO, the Surface Transit Network Plan, is a key priority of staff in order to help achieve the policy alignment that we identified earlier in terms of modal shift and transform TO goals. Subject to Council endorsement on the Surface Transit Network Plan, our next step would be to work closely with TTC staff to undertake roadway-specific studies so that we can advance the engineering review for specific roadways, identify designs and undertake consultation on that design for specific roadways, and then seek Council endorsement for implementation. We were asked many questions about how do we advance and accelerate implementation. Once a roadway-specific project has been designed and approved by Council, we could look at implementation phasing by either transit priority type or by segment. So in the case of the most quick way to install these projects is through signs and pavement markings such as red bus lanes or HOV lines and changes to traffic signal operations, but those might not be the right tool for every corridor, so it's important that we address the right tool properly. Other segments could involve a multi-year construction time because of queue jump lanes or road widening that may be required, which obviously takes multiple years for the engineering design, utility relocation, and coordination with other capital work. Staff are committed to delivering this plan rapidly with the endorsement of Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So at this time, do we have questions to staff? If you do, can you please put your name on the list? Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Speaker. Do we have someone here from TTC? I see Mark. There was a stat, I think, given at Executive Committee in terms of a percent of time savings. Could staff comment on how much time is saved as a percentage on a route?
In that meeting, I said 5% approximately travel time savings associated with the Eglinton corridor. But it does depend on what the treatment that is put forward. Okay,
and so in terms of minutes, what's a commute time and what is that journal to 5%? If I'm a passenger.
So if it's, for example, 30 minutes, it'd be a 1.5 minute savings. If the commute time is 60 minutes, it would be 3 minutes savings.
In terms of variability on these runs, these routes, how variable is the bus headway today and before RapidTO?
Through the chair, the experience on Eglinton is that we're seeing a 10% improvement in reliability on the Eglinton East corridor, so we're very much reducing that gap during the PM and AM rush hour, so we're seeing a great improvement in reliability.
Not exactly what I was asking, but what I'm looking for is what is a bus's variability on that route? It's a long route. and the headways shrink and compress depending on the traffic. How variable are those times? The driver comes back, they're supposed to come back at a certain time, but maybe it's a little early, a little late, in terms of minutes.
End-to-end trip time?
Yeah, on the whole route.
I don't know if I have direct numbers, but for example, on the Eglinton East Corridor, sorry, 1 second.
What's the whole end-to-end trip time? Approximately. Like an hour?
I don't know.
Couple
So
hours?
for the 905, or sorry, the express service from Kennedy to Scarborough Center, or University of Toronto Scarborough is approximately 70 minutes. There is variability. We plan to the 95th percentile to take into account much variability between the average and the longest trip value.
So the bus trip is about 70 minutes. Sometimes it's early, sometimes it's late. And the feedback from staff is that it was a 5% time savings, which would translate to a few minutes on a commute. That's the difference that the implementation of the RapidTO made. And what was the time frame that was measured in terms of the pandemic?
Through the chair, the time savings has been measured throughout the whole period from 2020 to 2023. So this is the average and still what we're seeing today.
Okay. Maybe a more general question, and I think it may be for transportation, but TTC could take it because I think you're involved. In here are some ideas besides bus lanes. There's some other things that may be done. So some signal changes, some retiming, some queue jump lanes, some bulbs, some signage, some regulation. Why do we need a strategy to do those? Why don't we just do them? You know, especially if there's a bottleneck on a route or something that, the drivers tell you, this drives us nuts, we're always late because of this intersection. Why don't we just get them done?
Through the chair, Councillor, we certainly do have a mix of both undertaking a number of spot fixes that I mentioned to address key intersections where there may be delay, but the purpose of the plan is so that those can be strategic to identify there are some key routes where residents, and particularly in equity-deserving neighborhoods, are experiencing delay on their transit trip. And if we make a series of improvements along a route, not necessarily a bus lane, but looking at the right design for that corridor, then we can improve the travel time along the corridor rather than just at one location where there may be some delay.
Okay, and I guess the last question, just basically, the network identifies 47 routes. Council's endorsing that in principle. You're asking us to endorse that. But we're not saying today whether it's a bus lane or a queue jump lane or some signs. We don't know. We know about a couple of the projects, but we're endorsing something, but we don't have those details. We don't know if it involves closing travel lanes and converting to bus lanes.
That's correct, Councillor. We would bring a design through the council process, through committee and council, and through doing feasibility design and engagement to be able to identify both the impacts and the benefits on a per project basis before we were seeking authority from council to install. This is a plan level prioritization endorsement that we're looking for.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, questions?
Yeah. So most, probably not most, but suburban roads, as I understand it, were built to a wider standard than we, than the standard we have today. Isn't that in fact true?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So I asked that question because, for example, Keele Street, they, some years ago, were able to, it was just a two-lane road north, two-lane road south. But some years ago, without any alterations to the road whatsoever, were able to create a third lane just simply by reducing the travel lanes to the new standard, a little narrower, and they created a center left turn lane. They created a whole new lane out of nothing. Didn't exist, they created it without doing anything. Correct?
Yes, sometimes we do have the opportunity to change pavement markings and achieve some additional
traditionally,
uses.
you'd be able to do that on most suburban roads, given the wider standard. For example, you're coming in with another report on Chesswood. Wider because of trucks. You're able to put in a bike lane without doing anything, moving a curb or doing anything like that, but maintaining the traffic lane, correct?
That may be possible,
Yeah.
but we'll need to review the feasibility of what is recommended on a roadway-specific basis.
Right. So if we can do that, if you can just kind of like magically create a new lane out of nothing, why wouldn't we be able to also, you know, by marginally just moving the curbs, essentially create two lanes magically where you wouldn't have to impact, you know, the traffic lanes on the street, but create a dedicated, listen, I'm all for rapid transit, and I want faster, quicker, more reliable bus services on neatly painted lanes that look orange, and they add to the cityscape of the streetscape of the city. Why wouldn't you look at that as a first priority? You know, before coming in and saying, you know, we gotta eliminate a traffic lane to create a bus-only lane.
Road widening or bumping out the curb to create queue-jump lanes is part of the toolbox here, where we aren't looking straight to removing a lane for a bus lane. It's one of the options on the table.
Yeah, but I understand that, but what I'm saying is, for example, like they magically did on Keele Street, for example, create that fifth lane, right? Just simply by altering the road, the lane standard to the new standard. Why wouldn't we look at that as a first option, as a first priority, and then if we need to marginally move a curb to create a sixth lane, or rather, a sixth lane that way? Why wouldn't we do that are you going to do that as a first priority?
We would look at that as a design option, but it's unlikely to be possible for long lengths of corridors. Where it's possible in some segments, that would certainly be a good option.
So if I move the motion to that effect, you'd be okay with that?
We would recommend that not be the first priority, because when we do need to move curbs, it is more expensive and it does take longer. So that isn't necessarily in line with the objectives of moving these projects faster, but it is an option on the table to review on balance with the various impacts and benefits of each project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
That's what I kind of figured, right? Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to, I think, transportation. Thank you for the presentation. I represent the area in between, off of Victoria Park, in between Eglinton and up to York Mills. You didn't talk about studying traffic mitigation or any efforts in that regard. Traffic southbound on Vic Park, there was one lane closed for construction, I believe it was 2 summers ago, and of course then everyone cut through the neighborhood to access Eglinton. So is that part of the scope? What are your thoughts on that?
When we undertake a roadway-specific study, like the complete street feasibility study for Victoria Park that you mentioned, looking at the transportation network, including the surrounding neighborhoods, is an important part of that, identifying where there is concern about potential infiltration, modeling that, and looking at mitigation measures to improve safety on those local streets at the same time as doing the roadway at hand. That's an important part of our process. I didn't speak to it because that's the next stage of the process. If we have council endorsement on this plan, then we can undertake the roadway-specific study work on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, and it wasn't a criticism, but so what mitigation efforts would you employ to stop traffic cutting through? I'm not talking about traffic slowing down that's cutting through. I'm talking about actual numbers, volume, that sort of thing.
I'd say we'd have to study, is it an actual problem that's taking place? So we'd be doing some before and after analysis on that, because sometimes there's a perceived sense that there is traffic infiltration, but when you look at the counts, that may not be the case. There may be other factors, but what things that we can do would be working with communities on whether particular time-based turn restrictions might be necessary to ensure that we have people not trying to cut through at a rush hour period, for example, or looking at potential traffic calming measures or changes to the local street network, if that's necessary. And that's, first, our step would be to study if those impacts are anticipated and if they happen.
So, sorry, what traffic calming measures would you be talking about?
We'd really have to get into the specifics of the local street to identify
then what's available to you? Without getting into the specific, what traffic calming measures would be available to you?
So some of the traffic calming measures that we have would be chicanes, would be speed humps, or speed cushions. Those sorts of things may be employed, but we'd have to go through the process for that to assess if it's an appropriate road for those to be placed and if that would solve the issue, if there's a problem identified.
And would that be part of the budget for, making this a designated bus lane on Victoria Park, or is that a secondary budget that might take 5 years?
Our traffic calming program doesn't take 5 years for delivery. It is a separate budget, but the timelines for delivery are within a year of approval. It's installed, sometimes less than that, and so that has recently been changed by council.
Including chicanes?
Yeah, chicanes are not difficult to install.
Okay, thank you. And then through you again, probably the same person. You talked about turn restrictions. How effective are they?
Compliance does vary, and sometimes enforcement is needed to reinforce that, and so we do speak with colleagues about our colleagues in the police about having a blitz on a new turn restriction, but we have seen when we've introduced turn restrictions on corridors where that's been the chosen device to reduce infiltration, the concerns that we had before that was introduced really quieted down, and there wasn't as much of a concern anymore, so I would think that means that it was somewhat effective.
So, but it is relying on the police.
No, it's relying on compliance.
In terms of compliance.
I don't think we rely on the police for compliance at every stop sign and every sign that we have. We do rely on driver compliance within our communities, certainly.
So it's up to the driver. Okay. I won't belabor that. Sorry, on the screen.
Through the speaker, I was just also going to add that part of the reason infiltration occurs is because the intersections are not operating effectively, right? So part of that, the really important part about doing that design and the consultation around the design is making sure that we're bringing everything that we can to the table in terms of intersections and signal timing and all of those components so that the traffic does continue to flow on those corridors as well as the buses.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to cut you off. I want to get my last question in. For the actual bus lane, as it were, the proper corridor and whatnot, does that are we back to driver compliance, or is there any sort of enforcement plan? I'll say like similar to in the U.S., let's say New York City, where they actually, I know we aren't allowed to use cameras, but in New York City they have cameras on the buses to ensure, for enforcement, using that as an enforcement tool. Would you be looking to the province for permission to use those sorts of things, or is it simply, hey, the lane's now red, hope you obey it?
That was your last question.
Thank
So
you.
through the speaker, it's usually a combination. There's a combination of making sure that the lanes themselves are well marked and well signed and people understand. There's some education that goes into that to make sure people understand what they can and can't do. And then certainly we can rely on some enforcement on the ground to help with particularly difficult situations. We have looked at other jurisdictions that have deployed automated enforcement at situations more broadly than we have currently, and we will certainly look to that in the future, and that will necessitate a conversation with the province in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was touched on earlier, but when this item first came to Executive Committee, we moved a series of motions giving staff the authority to examine alternatives to dedicated bike lanes. And these were various strategies. We talked about signaling, we talked about jump lanes, we talked about turns, we talked about road widening. Are those still on the table?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think she is.
Just here, Councillor.
Okay, there you are. Oh,
Yes,
you're moving
they are
around.
still part of the
Okay.
toolbox.
So I noticed in earlier documentation, there was a Q&A, and you're really restricting these lanes. They're not for peak periods. They're 24/7.
Yes, clarity on signage is important for compliance, and having them peak period only makes it harder to have them be complied with.
I think people understand what 4 to 6 means.
We do find that there's less compliance, the more details there are needing to be stipulated on a sign, for example.
Now, there's nothing I can see here that allows emergency vehicles, fire trucks or ambulances or police vehicles to use these lanes in emergencies. Is that the case?
Emergency vehicles are allowed to use the
are.
lanes in emergencies. That's contained in the bylaw.
But not taxi cabs, multi-purpose passenger vehicles or ride-share vehicles. They cannot go in these lanes.
When a lane is designated for HOV, in some cases, taxis are allowed in those lanes. So that is part of the toolbox that can be considered for the corridors.
So on Dufferin Street, we had dedicated bus lanes, 24/7, and we amended them to include multi-person vehicles, taxis, motorcycles, and cyclists. And it's been quite successful. I don't see that here as
It does continue to be one of the tools we have as an HOV or various types of designated lane usage. We do find more compliance with a bus-only lane, particularly with a red marking, than we do with HOV lanes, but HOV lanes remain a tool in the toolbox to use.
Also, through the speaker to the councillor, these 20 corridors plus the other, the 47 total have been selected because the transit service is fast, frequent, all day. So that's another piece of the problem. It's not just the peak hour trip that we're looking to improve, and part of the reason these corridors were selected was because they have high all-day ridership.
I mean, what's concerning me is you've got one division in the city trying to move the city to a 24-hour economy, and then you've got transportation restricting these lanes 24/7. Even though intensification of those or need of those dedicated lanes, let's say from midnight to 4 a.m. is quite low.
Through the speaker, I think it depends on the location that we're talking about, because in some cases, and we know, I'll just give King Street as an example, King West, the actual periods of time when King West is most busy for ridership is between 11 and 2 in the morning and at the PM peak. So it just depends. I'm not saying that that's the case throughout the entire network, but that's another reason why we have to understand the traffic patterns and the patterns of use in those communities before we come forward with specific design solutions.
We go to bed a lot earlier in the inner suburbs. In the earlier reports, $62 million was allocated to this project. Before us now, I see 4.85 from 2023, 2032 for feasibility studies. Is that on top of? Have we spent the $62 million?
No, Councillor, the funding in the budget is to undertake feasibility studies within the Transportation Services budget, as well as TTC has about $12 million in funds for implementation. That would get us through 2 to 3 corridors, and then we would be able to come back through future budget processes to identify the funds needed depending on what the design is for those corridors.
So when I read this, I look at, with a quick read, it looks like 9 years of studies. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, Councillor. There are 4 projects identified within the report that are at some stage of delivery. Jane, for example, has already been under study, and we're looking forward to bringing a report forward to committee and council later this year around implementation. And then there are 3 studies recommended in our report to be initiated this year, following endorsement of this plan, we would be able to undertake a year or so of feasibility and design and be able to start implementing depending on what the recommended design was following that.
Okay.
This is a 10-year plan, and currently we would, with endorsement from this report, we would have 8 of the studies identified out of 20 under review of some kind.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. You mentioned in your report for transportation that improving transit in the inner suburbs is critical to the city's poverty reduction strategy. Can you shortly explain why?
Through the speaker, yes, thanks for the question. So we have done a pretty detailed analysis in looking at demographic data and understanding where most equity-deserving communities are in the city. We have found that a number of them, and this was certainly one of the analysis pieces that we did in putting together this study, was looking at those areas where we have the highest concentration of equity-deserving communities. And so being able to speed up the transit trip for people who are living in those areas, a lot of them are in North Etobicoke, many of them in North Scarborough, makes it easier for them to get around, fast, frequent, reliable service for them, means that they're able to get to jobs and all of those other components, and also connect those areas more frequently and quickly to the, from people coming from downtown heading out to the inner suburbs for all that those communities have to offer.
And it's clear from all of that work that the reliability and predictability of the time of the bus arriving is important.
Through the speaker, it's really critical, and I think in many of the communities that we're talking about, people, and another thing that we've looked at in terms of the demographics is car ownership. So a lot of people rely on maybe one car, maybe don't have a car at all and have many, many people in their family, and they have to rely on transit to get to work, to get to school, to get to leisure activities, to everything they need to do. So speed and reliability of those trips is really critical.
Okay. For the TTC, when a bus is trapped in general traffic, that increases the cost. My understanding is that it increases delays, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And it increases your operating costs. You have to add extra buses just to try to keep the headway, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So it increases delays, it increases costs, it harms riders, correct? Because they can't get to work on time?
Yes, and potentially we have unused capacity because vehicles start to bunch and gap.
Right, so it creates waste, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, it reduces ridership, correct?
It doesn't become the mode of choice.
That's right, and anybody who can get off it gets off it because it's not reliable, correct?
That is correct.
So how much do bus lanes improve reliability?
Bus lanes improve the reliability of service. They make it more predictable and more consistent, and then it allows for better use of capacity so that customers can travel in a very comfortable manner with predictable travel times.
All right, and do you agree that bus lanes provide a material benefit to equity-deserving groups?
I do agree.
So if we had improved reliability and dedicated bus lanes on these routes, would you be able to reduce the operating costs that you require this council to subsidize?
That is correct.
And in addition, you expect to increase ridership, so that would increase revenue, which again would reduce the subsidy you're looking to this council to provide.
That is correct.
And you'd expect it to also lead to much more use of the system because it's reliable, correct?
Through that increase in ridership, yes.
Right. And isn't it true that right now, congestion is and buses being trapped in traffic is a major obstacle to the smooth operation of the TTC?
It's not only true in Toronto, it's true in all neighboring municipalities across the Greater Toronto Area.
Well, we can't fix them. And in terms of, I guess back to transportation, in terms of options that we have to make it quicker and faster for equity-deserving groups to move around the city, do we have any better option than bus lanes?
Other rapid transit improvements take quite a bit more time. Some of these initiatives, bus lanes or transit priority measures at intersections, can improve the speed and reliability of transit, making people's lives better much more quickly.
Right. And we're hearing from people in Scarborough, in particular, that they don't get taken care of. They're left with bad transit. Would this make a material difference?
Yes, we believe it would.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering how many RapidTO lanes were originally proposed under when this was first adopted in 2019?
There were 6 corridors identified. It was adopted by the TTC board, not by City Council.
And how many of those corridors have been implemented thus far?
1.
One. Why the delay?
Staff can't implement a plan that council has not endorsed. So we're bringing forward this plan seeking endorsement. We've had a series of reports to council reporting back on direction to do additional consultation, and we've undertaken those steps.
How many times have you come to council seeking an endorsement or TTC board?
This is the 3rd time.
This is the 3rd time. Do you think this is a good use of staff's time to keep coming back to City Council to ask for endorsement of a plan that we've already endorsed?
Through the Speaker, so I think that we are really ready to implement this plan, Councillor Myers. We've gone back and we've done additional consultation and analysis that Council has directed us. We love to get things done in one go, right? We like to bring informed and detailed reports that Council can feel comfortable with or ask us questions to feel comfortable with and then go ahead and implement. In this case, you know, we started with what we could. It's also been kind of a challenging time for the city, right? We've had the pandemic. We've had a number of changes that have made it a little bit more challenging. So we feel like it's time to implement now. We're ready to go. We have the benefit of some additional consultation that we've already done, and we understand that the best thing that we can do is to hopefully get council's endorsement today and start getting these corridors implemented.
Thank you. So if council were to give our endorsement today, what could TTC riders expect by the end of this year?
Staff would have the ability to work with TTC on the detailed design of the 4 corridors identified. We identified 3 and Executive Committee added another. So we would be undertaking that work, and once those options were ready for consultation, TTC riders would be able to, and general public members would be able to comment on those designs. Subject to council endorsement of a report about the Jane Street corridor, we could see improvements on Jane Street later this year.
So it is possible that if council were to endorse the plan put forward today, we could see Jane Street implemented or at least substantially implemented by the end of this year.
Subject to the council's endorsement of the design for Jane Street itself, which would be a separate report, yes.
And how many people does the Jane Street bus move on a daily basis, roughly?
Through the chair, September of 2023, almost 42,000 people a day.
42,000. And what is that in terms of highest usage buses in Toronto, in our TTC network? How does that rank?
Through the chair, top 5, 8 corridors in the city.
Top 5, great. So final question. For the people that actually use that bus, what would they be expected to see? What are some of the improvements they would be expected to see if we were to implement this plan and that it was substantially implemented by the end of this year? What could they expect?
They would expect to see more reliable service. They would expect to see travel time improvements. I won't speak to the specific designs recommended because we do have a process to undertake on that and council authority to achieve if subject to that.
Thank you. And just, I was wondering if the TTC, if you could answer that question as well in terms of what the TTC would expect in terms of their ability to improve service and reliability.
Through dedicated bus lanes or another option that improves reliability, we can expect to see more consistent service for customers. We expect to see better usage of capacity, which means that crowding is less pronounced on certain trips, and an overall better travel experience for our customers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Councillor Coe in the house? Councillor Coe? Councillor Fletcher? Can you just, Councillor Coe is not here, so can you just take the chair? I just have a couple questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, now the speaker's going in front of you. Is that all right, Speaker?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay,
I just
thank
have-
you. Please proceed.
Okay, to staff, the question was asked by Councillor Myers about how many times it's come back for endorsement. And you mentioned it's come back 3 times, right?
Yes,
Right?
that's correct.
Now, do you not agree? We've been having all these consultation meetings because before you implement the plan, you do want to make sure that it's right, that the plan is right on the various communities along the corridor, that you want to make sure we get it right. We don't want to rush because you want to make sure that you address all the issues from residents, correct?
We certainly think it's important to consult with communities about both plans as well as about specific projects.
Right, and that's why you need more consultation, because there are some issues along the corridor that you want to, before we endorse it and implement it, that you want to make sure we satisfy all the concerns and questions that you've heard through the consultation meetings, correct?
So we did seek endorsement about the overall plan, and we did consultation about the
Right.
overall plan citywide.
Right.
The issues that residents tend to have, concerns they have, questions they have, are usually about the specific corridor, and that work is really best addressed once we can advance the design of a particular corridor and address their questions specifically about impacts and benefits.
So the consultation meetings that were held along the Jane corridor, which impacts actually 3 councillors, we had the consultation meetings, and do you have a list of people that attended the consultation meetings? Are they actual residents in the area, or they're residents outside the area?
So we do, as part of the consultation process, ask people to sign up, and they indicate where their postal code is. So we do track where people are coming from. The Jane Street consultation wasn't mentioned on the presentation. We had one phase in March of 2023, and we're planning to go out this spring to recommend a design. And so we'll get feedback from residents at that stage, subject to council endorsement of this plan, that we would be able to get more feedback on a recommended design for Jane. It's very important to get feedback from residents about the design.
Yes, so we're having further consultations. Now, as part of your study, I'm going to talk about my ward in particular, that, as you know, you have on Jane Street, you have the 400, 401, you have traffic coming off the highways, taking Church Street, Maple Leaf, all those side streets, the shortcuts to get to Keele, to get to Western Road. So did we do a study on how much of that traffic that's coming off the highways that are taking these residential streets as a shortcut to get to the major streets?
We have done traffic modeling specifically for Jane, and the next time that we brief you and your office and the other councillors of that corridor, we'll go through that in detail before the next stage of consultation, and then we'll show that to the public as well.
Okay, so as you know, through the whole design of the project, that depending on, the community of where the roads are designed, that you would have to design it to what we have on Jane Street. It can't be, the same corridor can't be the same because of the way the road is designed and the way the buildings are right up to the sidewalk.
Definitely, that's why the roadway-specific study stage is a really important part of our process, where we can get into the details of that. Consultation is most valued when we're looking at a specific design for a particular block or a particular few blocks.
Right.
And getting the intersection design right is key for reducing the impact of infiltration, because if people are able to continue to move along the corridor because the intersection is timed right, then there is less impact on infiltration, and we don't have to go through the traffic calming measures and such that we were just describing earlier in the questions with Councillor Burnside.
But it's not even if it's timed right. It would be that it's faster to go down a residential street and get to your destination than being on the main corridor. It's faster. People do that all the time. They take shortcuts. They go through residential streets to get where they want to go because you save 10 minutes. Correct?
The issue of infiltration is generally only a problem when intersections aren't performing well. If there's good movement along the corridor, then there's less desire to move off the corridor to make a trip. But that's something that we look at through the study.
Yeah, and it's also the volume of traffic as well. It's nothing to do with signals.
Correct.
It's the volume of traffic.
Yes.
If you have two highways coming off a main street, you're going to have volume. Right?
Designing around
Yeah.
a highway interchange is a
It's-
really important part of
right.
our process too. Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Cole?
I'd like to ask a question of the TTC. This comprehensive study done by Transportation is going to be ongoing. What can you do immediately to deal with some of the issues of overcrowding, delays on some of these streets? In particular, I'm interested in the people suffering on Dufferin on the 29. What can you do now? You've got $270 million more in the budget. What can you do now to relieve some of the pressure before the studies are completed?
Operational measures that, through the chair, operational measures that we can put in place is adding additional bus service that would provide additional capacity and therefore relieve the pressure of crowding. There's an operating cost associated with that. And if vehicles are available, which we do have, and if we didn't, it would be a capital cost. Other measures in place could be better route supervision, having boots on the ground at terminals. But none of those actually improve the speed of the service. It really deals with the issue and pressures associated with crowding.
Yeah, so at least with the crowding issue, you can have more inspectors at certain points, like at Bloor, Eglinton, and you can also, again, in terms of the buses used, would it be possible for the TDC to use more articulated buses on Dufferin, for instance?
Articulated buses, through the chair, articulated buses are already deployed on Dufferin, but yes, additional bus service could be deployed with articulated buses. We have an order coming in this year.
So there are some steps that you at the TDC could take while this study is going on. Will you possibly, I'm going to ask for a report on some immediate steps you can take as the TTC to alleviate the suffering on Dufferin?
We can prepare a report that responds to that motion.
Okay. And then in terms of the existing buses on Dufferin, the quality of those buses, I don't know how old they are, but it is like riding on a stagecoach route there. Whether it's the buses or the potholes, what can you do to examine the quality of the buses that are being used on Dufferin right now?
I can, through the chair, I can take that back to our vehicle maintenance people, and we can include that as well in the report. I know those vehicles are from circa 2014, 2015, so they are potentially coming to the end of their useful life, being 2024 right now. As I mentioned previously, a new order of articulated buses has been put in place, and we're taking delivery of them this year and next year.
Okay, so I'm going to prepare that. Thank you very much. I just want to get back to our transportation people. Another thing that's happening on Dufferin that I hope you'll take into consideration in this report is that Dufferin ends up being a funnel for Costco. Everybody's going to Costco, so they come from the two dead-end streets on either side. In other words, you can't get to Costco from the Bathurst Street, because Bathurst Street's 401 exit is just east. So they all come to Dufferin along Rainey. And then from Caledonia, there were dead ends. They all come along Lawrence to get up Dufferin to get to Costco. So what can we do to stop that pressure coming from those two dead-end streets, Bathurst and Caledonia, which all funnel onto Dufferin?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. That's a really challenging area, and I know the city has long-term plans that have been endorsed through transportation master plans for road extensions in the vicinity of that. That's not something that we can do as in the context of this report. I will say to your earlier question about Dufferin Street and near-term improvements, as you're aware, at North York Community Council, we recently had the Q-jump lane approved southbound Dufferin at Lawrence, which would make a difference, and we're looking to work with TTC to see that constructed this year. So even though there's a study for a larger section of Dufferin proposed in this report, near-term improvements like that one are still moving forward.
So how do we get some midterm improvements to getting rid of the Costco shoppers that flood onto Dufferin all the time? What can we do in the midterm?
I can't answer that here on the floor, but I'm happy to explore that as the team looks at the Dufferin Street project with you as we scope that out and look at what potential solutions could be considered in the near term.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. Can you just remind me the costs of the busway, please?
Through the speaker, Councillor Fletcher, do you mean the cost for this report, what we have in the budget for this report?
Yes, to build this.
Yeah, we've got a little over $4 million in transportation's budget to advance the design work. I believe there's a little over 12 million in the TTC budget for implementation, and then we've got, I believe, 84 million that is not yet brought above the line that we'd have to consider once design is done and we understand what those costs would be to bring forward in future years' budgets.
And so you're looking at this as an expeditious way to move people quickly and relieve the problem of the SRT going out of commission and have people moving across Scarborough and other areas on a dedicated busway. Through the speaker, that's correct. And one of the things that we were able to do in partnership with TTC just recently was to implement the lanes on Kennedy in Councillor Thompson's ward and in others to help expedite people being able to travel, even though the SRT is no longer available. And I think I just saw the thumbs up from the councillor in whose ward that is. Do that. So I'm just kind of looking at the delta, and this is a bit of an odd question, but it popped in my mind. I'd just like to clarify the difference between on-street or above-ground route compared to if that was a subway and or below grade. And I think the only real example I have is the difference between Eglinton West, LRT, and Eglinton West below ground. And I wonder if the staff happen to know the numbers.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the delta between the surface running route for the Eglinton Crosstown West extension was estimated to be at $2.9 billion. This is in February 2020. And the subway is $4.7 billion.
Sorry, I didn't get that. 2.9 billion for the LRT.
That's correct, surface.
And 4.7
for a subway option.
So just shy of $2 billion difference.
That's correct.
And with those streets that we're speaking about that are getting a busway versus Eglinton West, are those generally the same width? Like
Through the speaker, there are some overlaps. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, can you give me an idea of how wide those streets are? Somebody's phone is going. There we go.
There are some overlaps in the projects identified in this plan, particular roadways and future corridors for rapid transit implementation. These are intended to be near-term improvements, not to replace future rapid transit improvements of larger scale, because those will be able to serve more people.
I'm asking about the width of the roads.
Apologies, I don't have the width of the roads in front of me.
Does anybody have the width of these busway roads?
I mean, through the speaker, we generally find that when the roads have multiple lanes, especially in the suburban communities, it's a little bit easier. Councillor Perutz had talked about finding additional space, and one of the reasons why it's so important to do that design work is because if we can find space within the curb to curb, it's going to be a lot faster, quicker, and cheaper to build. But in some cases, we know that while the lanes are what they are. The boulevards are quite extensive, and so we can
Right.
also put in a different kind of configuration without impacting what's actually on the street today. So don't have the widths, they do vary across the 20
Maybe-
corridors.
Yeah, maybe I can get that at some point,
we're happy
please.
to do that.
Thank you. Just
Yeah.
looking at the width. And for the, it's an addition, there's the fantastic LRT through your ward again, Councillor Thompson, that's just sitting there begging for a few trains. First of all, it has to be able to run across town, but other than that, and has there been, I don't think there, I think that all are very welcome. The busway, people are really interested in moving quickly. The busway gives them that relief, so there's nobody who's going to court to say, how dare you put a busway here? We want those underground. Would I be right?
There's no question that some of these projects are controversial, but no, we don't have any court cases involved right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to ask a few questions, but firstly I have to thank Councillor Fletcher for the questions that she's asked and others and so on. Through you, Speaker, to staff, the roadway specifically, Lawrence Avenue between Vic Park to Morningside, are all the whole stretch, is it from Vic Park to Morningside, is it 7 lanes along that, that roadway?
Sorry, I don't have the configuration in front of me. One of my staff may be able to advise, but it's generally 6 to 7, and it goes down to 4 east of Morningside.
Right, and so with respect to some of the plans that our BIA has between Victoria Park and Birchmount in terms of widening the sidewalk and the boulevard areas and so on, what's the plan and mechanism to consult with and work with organizations like the BIAs in our community?
Each of the roadway-specific studies would have a corridor-specific consultation plan. So we would, the first stage is having staff work with TTC to do some feasibility analysis and preliminary engineering design about what design options is recommended, potential impacts and benefits. Then we'd work with your office to set that consultation plan, engagement with local BIAs and residents associations or say major properties or a university along the corridor, that kind of thing. And then we'd undertake wide-scale public engagement to recommend a particular design before bringing it forward to committee. So there's still all that work to take place.
Thank you. Can someone speak to me then, please, with respect to the lessons learned with respect to the rather accelerated implementation of the dedicated lanes on Kennedy Road, Midland, and Ellesmere, on Ellesmere? What have we learned through that process?
I think TTC could best answer the questions learned through the process for the SRT replacement busways, but it's still very early days, and that's emergency replacement. In terms of Eglinton East, as it first was identified as a corridor, we learned that consultation is really a key part of the process, and that's something that we knew and we intend to do, but because that was a pandemic response project, it was important to deliver quickly, and that's where we had council direction to do. But engagement with the public, education about the way that the road redesign is in place, and the fact that it's a project that's monitored and not a pilot project. Those are the kind of questions that came up after it was installed.
Thank you very much for that, but the reason why I asked the question, it didn't occur to me and many of my residents and business owners that the lessons learned that you just referred to for Eglinton was actually really learned, because there were challenges in as much as I've worked to support the process and the plan. So I just want to make sure that the lessons were truly learned.
Yes, we think it's important to consult deeply with community and provide options to be able to do that. But some projects like the SRT busway replacement was an emergency situation. So that was rolled out quickly and didn't have the kind of engagement that we intend to see for these projects.
May I then turn to two aspects further, and I guess this would be to the TTC. Can you help us to understand what is the mechanism that you put in place in terms of directing drivers to be able to take specific route? I ask this question because for many, 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 many weeks, and in fact it's still ongoing, drivers are actually not following the appropriate and or the route that the TTC has determined for them. They're turning left going south on Midland when they go west on Ellesmere. And the other part of my question, because I'll be running out of time, so I'll just add both the questions. With respect to enforcement, and I know that enforcement has been responded to, the police, if they're there, we're having the enforcement. If they're not there, of course, we're still not having people following the requirement. So, for example, not to turn going northbound at Brimley, where we've now put the signals in at Burr Approach in order to allow vehicles to turn. Many are not turning there, and unless the police are there, we are not having compliance. I'm just wondering what could be done. So those are two questions, if you could answer, because I only have 5 minutes, as we all do. Thank you.
Through the chair, the first question regarding what do operators follow, there's a document called the way bills that identifies what way operators should follow on a route. Given that the routing is new, there would be some learning curve with ensuring that the operation is smooth. If you still continue to hear issues, please let me know and I'll let our operations staff know.
And through this speaker, regarding what we can do on the ground with driver compliance, it does take some time for drivers to learn how to operate in this environment. We have tried to augment their learning and education with static and variable message signs that are out there. We can control the messaging, so as things change, we can modify that. We continue to monitor it where we see, and if you have specific times of day or locations where we believe we need to get police enforcement out there, we're happy to do that as well, because sometimes a little bit of enforcement can go a long way at sending that message.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions.
Thank you. Through the speaker, what is the timeline for the full implementation of the priority roadways? So how many years do we think it will take for this to be fully implemented across the city in the priority roadways?
This is envisaged as a 10-year plan.
So in 10 years, all the red on this map will be covered, is that correct?
That would be subject to how the design review of each of those projects transpires, the feedback we get, and council endorsement of delivery. Those stages are still stages that need to happen.
And in terms of the long-term planning studies, what does that timeline look like?
It's really a long-term plan beyond that, and if a particular study within the priority 10 years is identified to not make sense in terms of the timeline for delivery or not be feasible in terms of design options, then we would be able to advance one of the longer-term studies into the near-term plan and bring a report back to council.
And what percentage of the priority roadways are losing a lane? Two driving lanes, I guess, in both directions.
We don't know that yet, Councillor. We do need to do the feasibility work, the engineering studies, and engage with communities to get the design right and bring that report back forward to council for endorsement.
And is there potential to work with planning on ensuring that we can get better setbacks for future development, especially in the long-term planning studies where we can preemptively prevent losing car lanes, because we know the population is rising and we know we're not going to add more car lanes, but I think the difficulty, especially in suburbs, is that there is this tension of maintaining some car capacity while also making sure people can get across the city effectively on the bus. So just wondering, are there plans of how we can be more systematic in our development processes to build that capacity to add busways without reducing car lanes?
In short, I would say yes, Councillor. There is a map in the official plan called Map 5, which identifies a longer list of locations across the city where a surface transit priority is under consideration. And as part of the development review process, planners look at both that map as well as the general objectives of the official plan in terms of achieving transit surface improvements and as well as improvement to streetscaping and such along those corridors. So attempts to get additional setback is part of the process.
So how much of that is currently happening for the priority roadways? Are we getting more setbacks already for these highlighted roadways, or is it not consistently happening across the city?
I wouldn't be able to speak to that. City planning would need to say how consistently that's taking place, and obviously it does depend on the way that planning approvals transpire in terms of if it's the staff recommended design or whether it goes through land tribunals and such.
So that doesn't sound like it's been prioritized, that we want this priority lane, but we should also be forward thinking as new developments come, especially in suburban areas that are just about to activate that higher density development.
Through the chair. Again, because we're looking at multiple roads, I can't answer specifically, but in the context of all of our planning studies, we do look at the right-of-way requirements, and I'm conscious now of what we're doing up in Jane Finch and thinking about how we fit all the different things that we need to do in the right-of-way when we're developing those secondary plans so that we have the space for traffic, the proper space for cyclists, and the proper space for surface transit as well.
So where possible, we are trying to be future-minded in development applications to make the space so that we can get busways and still maintain current lanes. Is that what I'm hearing?
So, of course, we're always future-minded, Councillor, and some of that is driven by what are the rights-of-way allowance that we have in the official plan when a development application comes in. But we are looking regularly at what should we have as we're undertaking these planning studies.
So would it be advisable for every councillor who has red roads on this map to be working with development and just, I guess, encouraging that prioritization to make space?
To the extent that councillors have opportunity to influence development proposals to achieve these objectives, I think we would all agree that that's a good thing.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Good morning, and thank you, Speaker. So my question is, how does this report, RapidTO Surface Transit Network Plan, or how does Etobicoke North fit into this plan? Can you take me through that and what roads in Etobicoke North are considered for this plan, and particularly Highway 27, dedicated bus lanes and that type of thing?
Through this, Speaker, so there are some of the long-term planning studies identified in your ward, such as Kipling and Highway 27. If there was capital work planned within those corridors in the next few years, we would look at could we advance some studies to identify surface transit improvements sooner. But right now, I don't believe there are any, I'm just looking at the map carefully here, I don't believe there are any identified in your ward at this time. This is a citywide prioritization plan, and we're seeking endorsement from council at that as an initial stage.
That's actually what I feared. Your evaluation criteria that I noted, just had a look at it again a few minutes ago. I see Highway 27 on that list. And can you explain to me that evaluation criteria and what it means specifically for Highway 27 and why it's not rated higher?
I'd perhaps ask if TTC would be able to take this, because we worked very closely with them on the evaluation criteria. They might be able to speak to Highway 27 specifically.
Through the chair, the different criteria that we looked at was ridership, equity, deserving groups, operations, and in terms of the long list of corridors, that would have ranked a little bit lower compared to Dufferin, Lawrence, all of the other corridors, so that's why it's a little bit further down the list, but those are the types of things that we looked at for your corridors.
So I gather then, through your evaluation, you found that Highway 27 specifically would not qualify for a dedicated bus lane that would take you very quickly to where you need to go, maybe to a higher order transit like a subway?
So through the chair, we haven't made that determination yet. All we did was look at various criteria to put them in ranking of importance. And there are a number of other corridors that ranked higher in terms of need when it comes to ridership, reliability, speed. As we work through those corridors and then get to Highway 27, we would do a detailed study to see how we could improve, and different measures could be looked at and explored, but we haven't decided on the types of measures.
Okay, so I have an opportunity through my office to sit down with you in your office to discuss how we can maybe prioritize higher order transit up in Etobicoke North.
In the context of this report, we could certainly talk about how what led to the criteria decision around surface transit network priority in Etobicoke North, and we could talk to you about what opportunities may exist beyond that near term that could change depending on the state of roadwork, where we could look at Etobicoke North roadways sooner. I wouldn't be able to speak to higher order transit, but certainly city planning could.
Through the chair, Councillor, we do have a report coming forward, a broader report about surface transit or about rapid transit priorities, including some motions from your ward related to the Finch LRT extension as part of that report, and we will be addressing that, we're hoping, in the next council cycle.
Oh, that'd be great, because, you know, sadly, I'd heard from your office just yesterday that the Finch LRT is further delayed again, so we need help up there.
From his office. From him, yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm good. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So that's it for the questions. Don't see any other names. So we can put the speakers list up, and Mayor Chow wants to speak.
Yeah, I have a motion, if I could trouble the clerk to put it on. City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to accelerate timeframes for the review of feasibility, design and implementation of projects within the Surface Transit Network Plan, where possible, including opportunities to proceed with segments of the routes when feasible. Madam Speaker, 2.3 million people each day take the TTC. 70% of them, of all the trips on TTC, includes a bus, so probably looking at 1.6 million people. And they deserve a TTC service that is reliable, safe, affordable, and convenient. And one of the ways that we could get Toronto back on track is making sure that they can get around the city easily, whether they go to school, go to work, pick up their kids, or visit friends and families, go out, get a bite, shop. For some, it really is a lifeline, and we need to make this lifeline reliable and more frequent, because for a lot of these 2.3 million people that take TTC, they don't have any other alternatives. And if they show up at work late because the bus was stuck in traffic, they could lose their job. In fact, we heard at the executive committee, there were people that felt that it could happen to them, and in fact, they had friends that were laid off because they were always late. I remember at the executive committee, there were many speakers. They were thoughtful, they were passionate, they were what they gave to us was well researched. August was the first speaker. She had a love-hate relationship with the 35 Jane bus. And she grew up around it. It was crucial as they learned how to navigate the city, and gave her a sense of independence. Sometimes they could just hop on and off and connect with every corner of the road. But it was always been crowded and very slow. And August said that transit riders who use the bus, like myself, feel like we are left behind. She's not alone. We heard from Gregory, a Seneca student, Rebecca Nika, I believe, also from 35 Jane Street bus, talked about her experience with her mom. Jedwin Mock, which was a data analysis U of T student last year, Elton Campbell, York University, all of these university students about to graduate. And before they even got on the university in 2019, we said we're going to proceed with this RapidTO plan. And they were graduating, and it's not for them. It's not anywhere close to having RapidTO implementation. And they're stuck in traffic or waiting at a stop for the bus to arrive. And they said that they spent about 2 hours on average to commute, and even if we can save them 10 minutes, 15 minutes, it'd be really appreciated for them. And then they can get to work on time, get to school on time, spend more time with their family. There was one speaker that was interesting. His name was Graham Kennedy, who's a housing developer and owns one of the places in Dufferin and Steele area. And he said that he wants us to expedite the studies because he promised the people that are buying his condominiums that there would be better transit services. And all these people deserve safe, reliable, affordable transit. Just want to share a quick experience. I live near Spadina Avenue, and Spadina has the Spadina streetcar. And when it first came on, and it has its own dedicated lane, coming out, if I'm in a car, I could not make a left turn on all the streets that feeds into, unless it's a signal intersection, all the street that feeds into Spadina. It was not that convenient. We have to make U-turns and all that. But going on to the Spadina streetcar was incredibly fast, and I saw the ridership of that streetcar just dramatically increased, and I saw all the developments in the neighborhood dramatically increase, so that the City Place and the Kings, all of the development along Spadina Avenue and the businesses were really well served because it had very rapid transit through that streetcar. So today, let's say yes. Let's put the Rapid back on the RapidTO, because a lot of these transit riders cannot wait. And let's get to work. Let's get it back on track, and so that transit riders will not be stuck in traffic.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
I'll just hold my name down. I have a motion that I'm getting prepared for this. Thank you.
Holiday to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. May I ask the clerks to put my two motions up? I'll present them. First is to defer this until we understand more about the budget of the Scarborough busway. And the second is to ask the mayor to allocate resources in the budgets forward to the Scarborough busway. So I read this report. I thought about this a lot. I've taken many buses in my life, believe me. And for many years, I've thought, how can this be done better? And specifically, some of the routes that I've been on are contained in this report. So I thought, what's the problem we're trying to solve? Are we trying to induce more people to take transit to make it a better experience? Maybe that's what it is globally, but I'm hearing saving time and improving reliability. But the questions I asked is, well, how much time? And the answer I got back was 5%. So on a 1-hour bus trip, that's a few minutes. And that's part of your leg of your day. But, you think about that. Take a long street like, I don't know, Kipling Avenue, Jane Street, Dufferin. You get a couple of red lights, doesn't make a difference. You add up probably the time of that leading pedestrian interval and all the intersections that you go through, wipes that out. If you've been on the bus, it's one of those things where you trudge along the road and you pull into the stop, the bus kneels down, the person gets off, the bus goes back up, takes off, and just as it accelerates, it stops at the next stop. And then it gets up to the light, and there's a queue of cars, and it's backed up, and it's waiting to drop the person off and pick someone up, and it waits to that light, and it gets the person, and the light turns red. And the bus waits, then it goes back out. That's what the grind is like on one of these long roads. I'll tell you, one thing that I have seen that has changed a lot in the last number of years is the sensitivity of the public to closing down lanes. Members of council, if you're not in the West End, you have to understand, City Council installed bike lanes on Bloor Street, and they closed lanes in doing so. I have never seen a level of public backlash on this, and rightfully so, ever on an initiative like that. People are really upset because they see the lanes empty, and they're stuck in gridlock on Bloor Street. They can't get to where they need to go. And there's bottleneck upon bottleneck along there. But I see this as parallel. You've got maybe 6, 7 buses an hour on a busy route, and they'll be sitting there with an empty lane. Is there something that can be done in this? Absolutely. I asked the question, this report is this general decision about prioritizing routes, and then it speaks to things like the implementation of bus lanes. But then there's this other basket of things like queue jump lanes, regulatory changes, signal timing, and so on that we could do. And I asked the question, I didn't get into the depths of the answer, but the question is why don't we do more of that all the time? Do we need a big strategy to do that? Do we need a special report? I think not. I think we should allocate some money in the city's budget to making those types of improvements. Because I think if you ride a route long enough on the bus, you figure out where those bottlenecks are. There's a light that just doesn't work well. Or you get stuck at the same light every time, and is there a way to fix that? Is there some shape or a geometry that makes it harder and delays you every day, day in and day out? Maybe the last thing that I would say is, there's a bit of storytelling going on that you think, maybe we give the bus a dedicated lane and there'll be gridlock on the street and it will just whiz along. Well, if that's your vision of that, I think there's a bigger political problem or a political question, and that will be all of the drivers that are sitting in the gridlock watching the occasional bus go along. I think there's lots of room to make improvements. I'm not convinced at some of the things in here, and one of the biggest concerns I've got is that this report is so general in nature. It really does not tell us what the solutions are going. Are there going to be bus lanes on Highway 27? I don't know, Councillor Crisanti. Are they going to take 2 out of the 4 lanes off Kipling Avenue out in the West End, both in the north and the south? I don't know. It doesn't say. It's not specific enough. So why are we doing it? I'd love to see a package of improvements on various streets that can fix those problematic intersections. Make those regulatory changes. That should be the bread and butter of what we do every day. We don't need a special report for that. I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so Councillor Holyday moved a deferral motion. So if anybody wants to speak on the deferral motion, you have 2 minutes. Or question, Councillor Myers, you have a question other than?
I can speak on the deferral motion or question the mover.
Okay, so let's just hold on then. Okay, so whoever wants to speak on the deferral motion, it's 2 minutes. Yeah, but he doesn't have a question. Okay, on the deferral motion, Councillor Myers. He said he didn't have a question. Councillor Myers, 2 minutes. On the deferral.
On the deferral. Thank you. Through you, Speaker. I really do enjoy my colleague, Councillor Holyday. We work well together at the TTC board, but I do have to ask that Council vote to reject the motion to defer, as I don't think the motion is very well thought out and is actually counterproductive to a lot of the good work that we've been doing at the TTC board. In reality, we don't know when the final costs of the Scarborough Busway are going to be presented to the TTC board. We have an estimate that we hope it will be done June 2024, but we actually don't know that. And Councillor Holyday is aware of that as well. So to vote to defer this important part of the transit puzzle, of building that transit network that we can all use to get around our city, would be, you know, counterproductive to a lot of the good work and the investments that we're actually making to get people moving in the city. Councillor Holyday knows that the money that we're investing right now, the $1.2 billion subsidy that we're giving the TTC, a lot of that money is being spent on buses that are stuck in traffic. That makes no sense. That doesn't improve the customer experience, and that certainly doesn't help the bottom line of the TTC. So I do hope and urge my colleagues to vote against this motion, and let's make sure that we put the Rapid back in the RapidTO. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, recorded vote on the deferral. No, I don't see any more. No, does anybody else want to speak on the deferral? I don't see anything here. There's nobody here. Oh, she just came up. Okay, Councillor Sachs, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. I just want to agree with Councillor Myers. This is a very important program. It's based on an enormous amount of work. It's based on an enormous amount of consultation. We shouldn't be kicking it down the can anymore. The people who live in the inner suburbs, particularly equity-deserving groups, deserve our attention and better results now. There's always an excuse to say later, we need it now. Please vote against the deferral.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the deferral? Okay, I don't see any, so we'll have a recorded vote on the deferral.
The motion to defer the item does not carry. The vote is 4 to 21.
Okay. Let's go to the next speaker. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much. I urge all my colleagues to support this motion. We have set out a number of commitments, things we're trying to do, which affect our budget. For example, we spend an enormous amount of money of our budget supporting equity-deserving groups, low-income folks. It's much better if they can earn a living. They're more likely to be able to earn a living if they can get around. We've heard that this plan is critical to the success of our poverty reduction strategy. We would like more people, and most of them live in the inner suburbs, to be able to be self-supporting, to be able to be independent, and for that they need more reliable bus service. We've heard from the TTC that having buses trapped in traffic is increasing the subsidy that they're asking from this council. So we're spending enormous amounts of money to achieve nothing but to have buses sit in traffic because the buses are stuck there. We want higher ridership to increase revenue for the TTC, again, to reduce the subsidy required from us. That requires better reliability. The key point is not so much how fast each trip will be, but the predictability and reliability of that trip so that people can plan their lives. And it's that the congestion hurts the most, and it's that the bus lane fixes the most. So this plan means fewer delays, fewer costs coming out of our pocket or out of our constituents' pockets, increased ridership, better service for riders, better service for equity-deserving groups, and it's also critical for our climate targets, which, I keep talking about, but climate change is here. Anybody look at the newspaper this week? You see the floods in California, the fires in Chile, disasters in many places around the world, and we need to be doing something about it. So we know what to do. Again, as some of you have heard me talk about, when I was the Environmental Commissioner of Ontario, I looked at reporting to the legislature, what are the fastest, cheapest, most transformative things we can do to reduce our climate footprint, to improve air quality, which improves pollution, and recognizing the financial straits the cities are in. And bus lanes and bike lanes are two of those key things. We either have to come up with enormous amounts of additional money, or we have to share public space differently. We've had 80 years of putting cars first, and it's locked us into congestion and air pollution. This is the way forward. It's based on a huge amount of very, very good quality work. And the people who need these bus lanes are saying to us, and we heard them at Executive Committee, bring it to us now. We've waited so long. There's been so much consultation. Don't delay us anymore. Improve our service. We need it. They need it. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I would like to move if clerks can put it on the screen. And this is basically what I call my lives lived motion. The first RapidTO bus lane, the red lanes as we call them in my ward, went in from Kennedy Station. I share that part with Councillor Canaville, and then along Eglinton, Kingston Road, and up Morningside, which I share with Deputy Mayor McKelvey. And the reason we got the first RapidTO bus lanes is that the transit routes that go along that, mainly from Kennedy and up to University of Toronto, Scarborough, and Centennial Campus, are some of the busiest bus routes in the City of Toronto. And the reason I'm putting forward this motion, because this bus route lanes were quickly put in, we've had some lessons learned, which I've discussed with staff around signage, intersection compatibility with public transit and local motor vehicle use. And I know those lessons are being put in place in future RapidTO lanes, and I just want to make sure when they are put in that they are put in on the RapidTO bus lanes that go through my ward. I'm very supportive of this. I've had many different conversations with residents over the course of COVID and coming out of COVID about these. I have 5 neighborhood improvement areas in my ward. Many apartment buildings, densely inhabited apartment buildings, and they depend on public transit. So when some of our colleagues talk about 7 minutes isn't a lot of time to get from UTSC to Kennedy Station, a lot of students have told me that's a big difference between them getting to class or not getting to class on time, leaving the university or the college and getting to their part-time job in a readily available manner. I've had conversations with residents who don't get too excited that Kingston Road went from 3 lanes down to 2. And when they figure out the timelines from getting to, say, Morningside Avenue to Kennedy Station, they can be there in less than 10 minutes on an express bus. They take the express bus. Or I've had residents say to me, you know, we leave a little early. We can afford to leave a little early because we can't take the public transit. But I think it's very important to find that balance between people that need public transit, that have decided they can leave their car at home, not need the public transit, and people that drive. I even speak from my own experience, where I live east of Kingston Road, Morningside. I take the GO train every day, and then I walk up from Union Station. I've had days I'm walking out the door, and my wife's like, I'll drop you off at the Guildwood GO train station. And I look at her and laugh. It's like, you know what, honey, I can walk out and get the express bus at the corner, and I'll easily beat you to the Guildwood GO train station because I have the red lanes. When it comes to biking, I've gone to community meetings. I've met with residents at Markham and Eglinton. Pre-red lanes, I used to sit there and figure out, okay, how am I going to get home? And I would either go north or I would go south. And I'd ride through residential areas because the last thing I want to do in rush hour is ride my bike on Eglinton or Kingston Road in unprotected space with no bicycle lanes. Now I have red lanes. What used to be a bike trip from Markham and Eglinton to Kingston Road and Morningside, 45 minutes to make that loop either north or south to get from point A to point B. I now do it in 10 minutes, which is quite amazing, and I do it quite safely, and I don't have any safety concerns because I'm in a red lane. So that's some of my experience about the RapidTO lanes. We've had some hiccups along the way, as I said. Staff, I've talked with staff. We've reached a lot of solutions, and I'm looking forward to seeing these put in place in other areas around the city, and new measures or issues that are dealt with, signage, put in place on the RapidTO lanes through my ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. So when RapidTO was announced years ago, hundreds of thousands of people across this city were filled with hope. People who get to work, get to school, move around the city on transit, and the wait has been honestly unbearable. I really hope that we're going to see a turning of the page here, and this is a really promising sign that instead of just announcing strategies and objectives, we're actually delivering. People need to see us deliver on what we promise. I'm delighted to see the mayor's motion about expediting where possible, and I just want to give you an example of what happens in my ward. Recently, TTC riders awarded Dufferin, the 29 and the 929, the express bus, the slowest bus route in Toronto, 10.6 kilometers per hour. That is ridiculous. This is the spinal column of my ward and many others, all the way cutting through to Wilson Station, and it's under tremendous pressure. More people are moving in, and we need that. Let me give you an example of DuPont to just south of Bloor. In a 1.5 kilometer stretch, we're adding 6,116 more units of housing. That's going to amount to more than 12,000 people. The assumption and the way that these places are being sold and marketed is, hey, you don't need to have a car. And in fact, they don't have much parking. You can cycle and you can take the bus. What do you say to roughly 12,000 people when they can't actually get around because the Dufferin bus can't move? And this is a very narrow street. So it will be hard. Change is hard, but this is the city that we're building for the future. I'm so excited to be able to look at my constituents and say, you know, for some people who need to use their car, there might be some inconveniences, but traffic will actually move. But for the tens of thousands of people who are stuck on that bus, to be able to get to work on time is life-saving. I really find it troubling when someone says, oh, it's a 5 or 10 minute delay, don't worry about it. That means a misconnection. That could mean not being able, you know, to go to college all day and then get to your part-time job at night. That means that people that have multiple jobs, which many people in the city have, are at risk constantly of losing them. And if you haven't been on a bus and seen someone burst out into tears saying, I'm going to lose my job if I'm late again, then you don't experience firsthand what's at stake here. You know, we can't meet our climate goals. This is a fundamental change to actually get there, to accelerate. This is a really exciting moment, and I'm really happy to be part of this council, and I look forward to everyone supporting this plan and the mayor's motion so that we can actually get moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pruitt to speak.
I have a motion. Do the clerks have my motion? Can you put it up? Yeah, okay. So motion is simple, and I move this motion for this reason, because it doesn't have to be either or. Right? It didn't have to be either or on Finch Avenue. We didn't do either or on Finch Avenue, where they put in the LRT. Initially, it looked like either or. But you know what? They were able to put in an LRT from Keele Street all the way to Humber College. We didn't lose lanes of traffic. In fact, we gained a bicycle lane on the north side and the south side. And you know what? The magic of it all? You didn't have to expropriate a lot of land. Voila, the magic. It didn't have to be either or. It doesn't have to be either or. In the suburbs, you can do it because you have the road width. In most cases. On Keele Street some years back, they created a center left turn lane out of nothing. Didn't have to move a single curb. Just new paint in the middle of the street on new asphalt. So they resurfaced the road, reduced the lane widths, you know, because in the old days, people used to drive the old Chevys, the old Pontiacs, the old Cadillacs. I don't know what they were, but they were big cars. They meandered a lot, right? Didn't have a lot of control. So the lanes were purposely built to a much wider standard. Today, with these like very efficient, easy to control cars, you can, and trucks and other things, you can reduce those lanes. Or rather, you can reduce the width, and voila, out of nothing. You created an additional lane. You didn't have to eliminate a lane of traffic. You didn't have to war on anybody. So in most cases here, you can just, by simply moving the curbs a little bit, you can accommodate HOV lanes. You can accommodate safe bike lanes. And you can maintain your current lanes of traffic. We did it on Finch. In effect, to some degree, we did it on Keele. We have a Jane Street plan, and I'm not very familiar with the others' routes. Forgive me, folks. But Jane, some of the suggestions that have been made on Jane don't work the way it's been presented now. And I'm hoping that further review and study will change all that. What the Jane HOV proposal that we have in front of us is a much poorer cousin of the Transit City Jane improvements that we were anticipating doing in 2007, 2008. Anybody remember the Transit City plan? The transit planners do. Yeah, there you go. That's right. What did Jane Street have? Huh? It had, bingo, it had an LRT on it. Yes, it did. You know why it had an LRT on it? we can talk about that too in a second. But it had an LRT plan on it. Why? Because the numbers were at a level, the numbers were at a level that that required an LRT. Fine, we're saying, okay, we can't, there's no money for an LRT, we're going to do something else, but then it needs to be something else that works. You listen, improving transit throughout the city has got to be an absolute priority for all of us. But it doesn't have to be either or.
Thank you, Councillor Prutza.
And that's what my motion seeks to do.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Holyday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. If the councillor could just help us understand, do I understand this right, confirm, you are looking to when they're going to be adding a bus lane, that staff first consider it to be like a high occupancy lane that could be shared by taxis, motorcycles, bicycles, maybe even people with more than 2 people in the car.
Oh, sorry, Count, there you go.
Certainly. So here's what my motion asks, very much like we did on Finch Avenue, is Finch Avenue, we had basically 4 lanes of traffic throughout most of Finch. We put in an LRT in the middle of the street. We added bike lanes on the north and south side of the street, and we didn't lose the traffic lanes. You still have the current, traffic lanes. So what my motion would suggest is that in the suburbs, in most places, we're not building LRTs. I got that, very expensive. I get that. They just simply want to put in an HOV lanes. But I think we can do that in most places without having to pinch doors. For example, on Jane Street, what this thing contemplates is, in many places, is eliminating a traffic lane, and on top of it, widening the distances between the bus stops. People looked at that and they say, what are you, nuts? I got a 2-minute walk now or a 1-minute walk to my bus stop, and you're going to make it a 5-6 minute walk. So while there may be some operational efficiencies for real people, it actually adds time. Why? Because now they have to walk a longer distance with their bags, with their groceries, with their stuff from their home to the bus stop. So while you may get some marginal efficiencies on the bus route itself, for people, real people, you actually make their lives harder, not easier.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Myers, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to clarify, is your motion talking about the entire roadway or just the roads that we're discussing under this item?
So what my motion would seek to do, and excuse if my English hasn't fully captured the intent, but what my motion seeks to do is say to our staff, look, where in the suburbs you have a certain road width and a boulevard width where you can accommodate HOV lanes and by not eliminating traffic lanes, do so, because that would be our first priority. I don't believe that we want to war on the car or drivers. I don't believe that we want to do that. But I also believe that we want to promote transit, and we want to make our transit system much better. So that's what the motion seeks to do, is say, let's make our transit system better, but not necessarily, or rather, let's make it better by, widening the road width and creating it out of the current road width, as opposed to eliminating traffic lanes.
Thank you, Councillor. And just to clarify, did you ask staff if this motion is in order? Because it seems like it's talking about something else.
I did through my questions early on. I asked exactly that question of the staff, and I did ask them, would it be okay for me to move a motion? And they did say, well, don't make it a first priority, but you know what? We have to challenge our staff. We really do. Because I believe that when we do challenge them, as we did on Finch Avenue, they are incredibly resourceful and exceptionally creative. And on Finch Avenue, they basically maintained the lanes of traffic, installed an LRT line in the middle of the street, 2 ways, 1 way down, 1 way up, installed 2 bike lanes off the road in a very safe environment, and maintained the traffic lanes. And on top of that, in the intersection, big intersection, introduced right turn and left turn queue lanes. Can you believe that? They were actually able to achieve all of that. And that's just, when you drive down Finch Avenue now, where Metrolinx has removed its pylons and stuff like that, it's absolutely a beautiful street. And it's all the credit to the folks and ingenuity of the people in and around this place.
Thank you. And final question, did you confirm with the clerks?
That was your last question, sorry.
Okay.
It's only 3 minutes for clarification of a motion. Councillor Cole. You're down for what, Councillor Cole?
Am I done?
We'll put your name back in because originally you weren't here, so that's why we skipped, but I'll go back to you. Anyway, it's 12:30, let's have lunch. Thank you. Recessed. First, before the recess, I reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. If we have 18 members, we can introduce the motions. Do we have 18 members? We do? All right. So we will put these motions on the screen. Councillor Bravo. The motion is on the screen.
It's not.
You're introducing a motion.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'm introducing this motion without notice, and the urgency is regarding water main and track renewal on King Street.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole?
If I can see it, okay. Yeah, this is a motion to get a coordinated approach to the epidemic of break-ins that's happening in our small business on our main streets, to get all the stakeholders involved and protect small business people from these devastating break-ins that are occurring.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. At this time, are there any release of holds? The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. No?
Just stand by, members. We'll just open the request to speak panel in a second.
Councillor Sachs, you have a release of hold.
Yes, thank you very much. Tried earlier this morning at TE 10.42, 316 Bloor Street West. I've had the opportunity to discuss the matter with my colleague, Councillor Perks, and we're good to go. The staff have my motions, I think.
Do we have a motion? What item is that again, Councillor Sachs?
It's TE 10.42, 316 Bloor Street West.
Okay,
Right.
Yeah.
So there's two motions.
Two motions.
Here's the first one. This is adopting the original recommendations drafted by staff to authorize the city solicitor to appeal the decision of the Committee of Adjustment. And the second motion is to authorize the city solicitor to attempt to settle the appeal on terms that include amending the existing Section 37 agreement. So I'm asking that those two motions be adopted.
Okay. On T 10.42, Councillor Sachs is moving the amendment. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. On the second amendment, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you.
Don't you have to do the motion as amended? No?
No, because it was here without recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Which, okay, well, actually, Councillor Morley put her name up. Councillor Morley, you have a quick release?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm happy to release PH 9.12. I have a motion. If clerks could put it up, please, on the screen.
Can you name the item, please?
It's 78, 80, and 86 Mimico Avenue. Notice of intention to designate a property under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We're just working to get a little bit more time for staff and the owner to have a conversation. It came up very quickly, and not enough time has been provided, so we'd just like to defer it to the next council meeting.
Okay, on PH 9.12, Councillor Morley is moving to defer to the March council meeting. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release SC 10.2, 2683 Lawrence Avenue East, zoning amendment decision report.
Okay, SC 10.2, 2683 Lawrence.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Thompson is releasing. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. I'd just like to release CC 14.1, please.
Which is a T what?
CC 14.1. Appointment of public members to the multi-tenant housing licensing tribunal.
Okay, you're just releasing?
Yes, please.
All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Members, before the recess, Council was debating the Mayor's first key matter, item EX 11.8. We will return to that debate, but before we do that, members, the City Clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the Clerk's meeting portal. NY 10.5, 3 Swift Drive zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application. The interim chief planner and executive director city planning has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. Before we start the debate, okay, so we need to move to reopen the item. Okay, Councillor Thompson to reopen. All in favor? Carry. Thank you. Before we start the debate, Councillor Cheng, you just want to make a brief announcement?
Yes, some of you may have noticed delicious chocolate cake in the back, and I learned it was to celebrate someone's birthday here on council. So I say we all sing happy birthday to Councillor Cole. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Councillor Cole, you brought in your own birthday cake? Yeah, personal privilege. Okay, Councillor Sachs, you also want to make a brief announcement?
Yes, so I tried this before, but Deputy Mayor Morley wasn't here. So I now actually know what she won. She won the Bob Marley Day One Love Humanitarian Award in recognition of outstanding community service, and she won it yesterday. So 3 cheers for our colleague.
Big love, big love.
Go back to our item, and I believe the next speaker is Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, I just rise here today as chair of the TTC and a lifelong transit rider to say just how excited I am to finally see some action on the RapidTO Surface Transit Network Plan after essentially 4 years of consultations. I'm all for consultations. Before being elected, I was a community organizer in Scarborough, and I did a lot of public consultations, particularly around transit. And I know the value of harnessing the community's voice to get better decisions. But as a transit rider, I also understand the frustration that a lot of us have, that a lot of these projects, whether it's the King Street streetcar, whether it's the RapidTO along Finch, along Lawrence, along Steeles, along Jane, along Dufferin, that they seem to be tied up in these endless debates, consultations, and circles, and that we never really get forward on moving forward with these projects that are so crucial. And I think at a time when our city is investing a record $1.2 billion in the TTC, which really shows our commitment to having a good functioning public transit system in Toronto, most Torontonians want to see that money at work. They want to see that money being put to good use, which means seeing buses going along the streets in an efficient and cost-effective manner, not being bunched all together, not being delayed in traffic. And I think it's really incumbent upon us to really rise to the challenge. The last council had the opportunity to make this a reality. They didn't. It failed, to put it bluntly. And I think we really have the opportunity to correct those mistakes and move forward with this plan in a more meaningful way. So I will hope all of my colleagues will support the RapidTO plan. I think there's a lot of good things in here, and I think a lot of Torontonians are counting on us to finally get this right and make it a priority. Thank you.
Do we have any further speakers on the item? Oh, right, Councillor Coe, I forgot about you. It's your birthday.
Anyways, listen, by the way, somebody mentioned Bob Marley Day. Let's not forget, we just lost an amazing icon of reggae here in Toronto, and that is Carol Brown. She just passed away, and we lost Bernie Pitters, who was keyboardist for Bob Marley. So let's not forget our local Black history champions, and it's great, Bob Marley and all the superheroes, but we've got a lot of local stars we're neglecting. Anyways, it's just to digress. I just want to say that...
do you have a motion?
Yeah, put it on the board, please.
Okay. I guess it's your birthday, you forgot.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah, the City Council requests the TTC Commission Board to consider the following immediate steps to alleviating the traffic congestion for our buses, increase the frequency of service, more articulated buses, development of more personnel at key locations, and any other immediate actions. You know, this study being done by our transportation people is a giant step forward because it lays the groundwork for making these improvements. So that's a bit, but meanwhile, the TTC's got to do its work. And we can't allow the people who are jam-packed every day on our buses, especially I'm talking about those suffering on Dufferin, that essentially have one of the roughest rides you'll ever have. Half of those buses don't even have shock absorbers, it seems. They're jam-packed, and these are generally newcomers to Canada. They're working people who don't have time to go to the TTC meetings. They don't even know where to go. They're too busy working, mothers with strollers. They're really challenged in terms of their economics, but they're trying to go to work every day. They're trying to go to daycare. So we've got to get the TTC to do some of its work right now. We can't wait for a year or 2 or 3 when these consultations are done. There are certain things the TTC could do right now to make that experience of being on a bus a heck of a lot better than it is right now. And it isn't very good, in fact shameful, what we're putting these wonderful people through on a daily basis. And remember, the people on these buses we're talking about are people that through COVID, they didn't have the option of working from home. They don't work 3 days a week. They were on the buses every day going to work, and they're still doing that. They don't work 3 days a week. They work in our factories, they work in our service industries, they clean our offices, our homes, and they deserve a better ride on these buses right now. So I hope the TTC, which is flush with cash right now, will invest in these people to ensure they get a better ride, a safer ride, not being jam-packed, not being stuck every day, that we deploy some of the resources, and I'll leave that up to the TTC, to deploy their resources properly to ameliorate the horrible conditions that exist on our bus. And then what we're putting people through on buses, if you look what we're doing to people on St. Clair. We've got people jammed on buses on St. Clair with an empty LRT line in the middle that sits there empty. Go figure that one out. And then on Eglinton, people in my riding have been waiting for 13 years to take the Eglinton boondoggle. They can't get on this long-awaited $13 billion boondoggle. They're jam-packed on the Eglinton 32. They're forgotten. So I hope the TTC maybe does something to give them a better ride on Eglinton too. But again, we have these great plans, which are wonderful. The TTC, like our transportation department, everybody does their best. They're trying hard. And sometimes we tend to think of what's wrong, but there are a lot of capable people, a lot of wonderful things that our TTC does, our transportation people does. So we got to remind people that things are possible in Toronto because it is a dynamic, growing city. But we got to keep improving it.
Can you wrap it up? Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank city staff for their great work on this project. And I will say that there was a comment earlier that the last council failed on RapidTO, and I find that rather offensive. And I do want to point out that Councillor Ainsley, myself, Councillor Thompson, in 2020, alongside Councillor Bradford, who helped us with the motion as well, we put a lot of political capital on the line to fast-track RapidTO on Eglinton, Kingston, and Morningside. And it has been a huge success for the 18,000 people that take the bus. Our one failing was that we didn't well communicate that it wasn't a pilot and that it was going to be made permanent. I think it was a bit of growing pain for the community around that. Don't forget, at that time we had a lot of active TO, we had King Street pilots, we had all kinds of pilots. So we went through that growing pain, and I think there was a good lesson learned about the importance of consultation and the importance of sharing that information with staff. I'll also say the other thing that we did, Councillor Thompson was very supportive. We asked to move Lawrence onto the list because it wasn't on the list of the originally identified. And now city staff are reporting back on that. So I really want to thank my council colleagues in Scarborough that were here in the last term in particular. Welcome my new colleagues who have been, very interested in RapidTO as well in advancing city building priorities. But I think we just have to be a little bit careful about revisionist history and be clear to show that, Councillor Thompson put a lot on the line. Councillor Ainsley put a lot on the line. I put a lot on the line. And I still have people that come out. There's a guy coming out of Carla's Roadhouse during the last election. He says to me, you're that councillor lady. I said, you're right, I am. And he said, you know what? I just want you to know I hate the red bus lanes. I absolutely hate them. And I said, well, I appreciate that. But you drive. They're for the 18,000 people that take the bus. And that's who we're building it for, so that every bus is 52 cars off the road that can fit there. And the guy said to me, he's like, I hate the red bus lanes, but I am going to vote for you because I think you're a good person. I think you have a good heart. I think you think you're doing the right thing, although I don't agree with you. But, there's been a really lot of growth that's happened on the red bus lanes in Scarborough that have paved the way for the rest of the city. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge my council colleagues that had a big part of that. Again, thank Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Bradford, everybody else that, put themselves out on the line to get this done very, very quickly in 2020, and city staff that delivered on a project very quickly as well. So thanks to everybody involved. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to extend my apologies for not choosing my words more carefully and recognize my predecessors who did do a lot of work in getting the RapidTO program rolled out. What I should have said was that we failed to move with the momentum that we had first developed when we got the first lane through, and that we stalled for 3 years. So I should have chosen my words more carefully. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for all the work you do, particularly in our community of Scarborough.
Yes, because as you know, there was a lot of work done previously. To say that there was no work done is incorrect. Thank you for correcting that. Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion, Speaker. Maybe you're going to remind me if I don't do it now.
Yeah, do it now.
So this motion just reads that City Council requests General Manager, Transportation Services, in consultation with the Interim Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, and Chief Executive Officer, Toronto Transit Commission, to reconsider the ranking of surface transit priorities measures along Highway 27 with the priority roadways of the Surface Transit Network Plan, in light of the anticipated development and specification and upcoming completion of the Finch West LRT as well. So I too want to add my thanks to the team and staff. RapidTO is an amazing initiative to get Torontonians moving. But Madam Speaker, I would like that to include Etobicoke North. And based on the evaluation that I saw and scoring for the for Highway 27, just a little surprised that it did score so low. The Finch West LRT will be completed later this year. So that was quite sad news to find out, because the last update we got is that the Finch West LRT will be up and running by the end of 23. Then I heard that it's going to be up and running by the first quarter of 24. And now I'm hearing that it's going to be the end of this year. I'm not holding my breath for that. I certainly hope it's no later than that date or even sooner. There is a lot of future development coming up at major sites like Woodbine that will result in job growth and population growth. And Highway 27 and portions of Ward 1 Etobicoke North fall within the Pearson Economic Zone that was outlined in the Toronto Region Board of Trade's Gateway to Growth Summit. And the area surrounding Pearson International, the Pearson Economic Zone, is the second largest employment zone in Canada and the gateway to growth. The GTA West Economic Gateway employs 400,000 workers and contributes $53 billion to the Ontario economy. So the zone sits at the heart of a network of highways, rail lines, and international goods movement, making its success vital to our economy and global competitiveness. So, however, though, the zone's true potential remains untapped. So I ask that you support my motion to reconsider the ranking of surface transit priority measures along Highway 27. Highway 27 is a critical network for me in Etobicoke North. People in Etobicoke North constantly tell me that it's taken them way too long to get to work, way too long to get back home. The whole purpose of this RapidTO initiative is to help people get to work sooner, get back home sooner, and we need that connection in Etobicoke North. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I've really enjoyed listening to the questions, the commentary today, because I think this is, it's a lot of important work that the staff has done, so tip of the cap to the team over there. This is no easy feat, and it kind of gets back to one of the biggest pain points here in Toronto for a lot of people who are trying to get around the city. We see a stagnation of return to work in the downtown core. We see folks who are in the more disparate parts, the suburbs, the 416 suburbs here in Toronto, who don't have great transit options, who are constantly, if they are in a car, caught up in endless congestion and traffic, and not a lot of active transportation infrastructure to support the people who want to travel that way. I think it's fair to say that getting around here in the city of Toronto has never been more difficult, which is why initiatives like this, RapidTO, Surface Transit Priority, are so important. And I think, we had a real pioneering moment in Scarborough with the rollout of this program. And I would credit those councillors who were here, who took that on, which was not an easy task, and have made the program largely the success that it is today. It's not universal, it's not a home run, but it's made tangible improvements, and I think we've all found a way to live with the red-painted busways across Scarborough, and they've made a tangible, positive impact. And I think when you're evaluating the drawbacks and some of the positive, it's more positive than not. Not to say that it's not without its challenges, but that's where I pause looking at the RapidTO work in front of us. In many respects, the rollout that took place in Scarborough was more straightforward than some of the pieces that are to come. When you look at parts of Jane Street, when you look at parts of Dufferin, this is going to be very complicated. There's a lot of ingress, a lot of in and outs. There's a lot of very dense neighborhoods. There's a lot of competing interests in very finite, limited right-of-way space. And so I'm happy for this to be in front of us today, but the hard work is still to come. That detailed design work is going to be very important to the success of these programs. And I would say when we look at bike lanes, it's the same thing. Some bike lanes are a home run and work and function very well. Others do not. And we need to have a more contextual and nuanced understanding of what is the right transportation intervention or solution, recognizing how people are moving today, how they're likely to move tomorrow and in the next 5 to 10 years. And RapidTO might not be it. That might not be the answer in all situations. Just like a bike lane is not the answer in all situations. And higher order transit, sometimes is the answer. When we have the density and the planned density coming forward, we can support it. The point I'm trying to make here, guys, is that it's going to be very important for all of us as a council to look at this when it comes back with a very detailed understanding of what's in front of us. We don't want to just blanket approve something that is actually going to exacerbate or make the congestion problem worse. There's a lot of opportunity for RapidTO to help, but I don't think it's universal in every context on every street that is in front of us today that this will make things better. We need to be sensitive that we're not actually making things worse when it comes to congestion and transportation issues here in the City of Toronto. Thanks, Madam Speaker, or Madam Mayor. I'll turn it off myself since Speaker Nunziata is not there.
Okay. Thank you. I won't be long, but when I asked the questions to staff this morning, I did have concerns, and what was really important to me is that we continue the consultation. In my ward in particular, there's Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Pruitt's ward, but in my ward in particular, one size does not fit all. And so moving forward, we have to design in a way that it won't have any impact on residents in the abutting streets. When you're next to a highway where you have the 400 and 401 and you have thousands of cars daily going down the street, it's important that we design in a way that we don't have that impact on the local residential streets. So I'm pleased that we will be having more consultations and that the community residents can give their input. I know it was very positive on the ones that we did have a year ago, and residents did bring forward their comments, and I believe that staff are going to incorporate their concerns and issues when it comes back in the first quarter of 2024. Thank you.
I don't think there's any other speaker. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I rise to lend my voice to this issue, very important issue. And I want to point out that it's really important to show and offer leadership, particularly as it relates to the bus right away. But I want to just take us back a little to 2005, when we asked a question. I think I was the chair of the community council at the time. We asked a question of the TTC, what plans do you have for Scarborough? And it was as if they were looking at a person from outer space, because they said, we don't have a plan for Scarborough, we just have a plan for the TTC, and we are focusing our attention just on the system as a whole. And we offered the point of view that Scarborough is such a, wide open space with limited transit, and there wasn't really this great plan. Fast track, we had Richard Snoberman, who came from the University of Toronto to work with us, and we were looking back then in 2005 at the replacement process for the SRT. Back in 2005, and people will tell you, well, we did nothing. There's a whole series of things that took place. We talked about busways, bus rapid transit, and so on coming forward. And we obviously recognized the need to ensure that there were more work to be done and the monies that we needed to have in place. I want to particularly thank Deputy Mayor McKelvey because, and Councillor Ainslie as well, because it was Deputy Mayor McKelvey's area that the first bus rapid route and busway went in. And there was a lot of people in Scarborough calling about, why are you putting these things in? You know the impact that it has on cars and so on. And Councillor Ainslie, with respect to Eglinton, and again, we all got the calls and so on, and people were very concerned, and they were not very supportive, but we stood our ground, recognizing that this needed to happen. And it has, and we have seen the process, the benefits, and the people who have, their lives have been made better, as the mayor speak about, and others, about the fact that you reduce the amount of time, the delay, you increase the certainty and the ability for people to get around. Recently, within the last year, because of the SRT derailment, there was this requirement to accelerate and put in place dedicated bus lanes in my ward. I can tell you that in my 21 years of being a councillor, I've never had as many calls of people just upset initially. I had people coming to my home, banging on my door. How dare you, wanting to support these things. But recognizing the need, recognizing it was necessary, as I had done so when we asked to add Lawrence Avenue in my own ward to put the busways in, because there is a need for it. And so we have worked with the TTC, and I have to also say this. I want to thank Rick Larry for his leadership as well, because he was very helpful to me with respect to dealing with this particular issue. We've had the bus lanes in now for maybe 5 months, 4 months, it seems like forever. And there has been concerns from the business community and the residents as a whole, but we've been able to work and provide leadership to them and with them in terms of working through. The last month or so, or just before Christmas since, I've received maybe the odd calls and the odd sort of emails saying, hey, how come you have these bus lanes in? So the point is, because we've made a decision and we've stood behind the decision and we have actually seen the benefits to the community, there's less of the complaint about it and more about, let's get on with it. Let's do it because it's necessary, and we have been able to do so. There are challenges that we experience as we grow and grow the city. We know that people complain often about the TTC as a bad system and what have you. There are many places in the world that they would actually be very grateful if they had a third of the system that we actually have here, which we take for granted. Granted, it's not perfect, but it's working, and we're recognizing that what we need to do to make it a better system, to make it work for all. The mayor's leadership has been extremely instrumental. I want to thank her for recognizing that we needed to put the investment in to use the corridor to ensure that we can take the buses off the street sooner as opposed to later. Instead of 7 years, it will be in 2030 or 2031, it'll be 2026. And Mayor, thank you so much. My community is forever grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can put the motions on the screen. Okay, the first motion is on the screen by Mayor Chow. Recorded.
Councillor Carroll, your vote, please. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 23 to 3.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Holyday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Motion 2B does not carry. The vote is 2 to 24.
Next motion. Okay, our next motion is on the screen by Councillor Ainsley. Recorded.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Perruzza, please. And Councillor Cheng, please. The motion carries. The vote is 24 to 2.
Our next motion. Okay, the next motion is now Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Ainsley. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Motion 4 does not carry. The vote is 10 to 16.
You should have remembered Councillor Ainsley's motion. Do you want to reopen? Okay. Moving to reopen the vote. All in favor? Okay, let's have another recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we open the vote. Just stand by, members, please. Councillor Fletcher, it doesn't look like you have the vote. How do you vote? Oh, thank you. The revote on motion 4 does not carry. The vote is 9 to 17.
Our next motion by Councillor Cole. It's his birthday. Do we need to have a recorded vote?
It's unanimous.
All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, next. Councillor Crisanti. Motion on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Motion 6 carries. The vote is 22 to 4.
Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Burnside, thank you. The item is amended as adopted. The vote is 23 to 3.
Okay, so we'll go on to the top of the agenda, and we're going to our deferred item, which is T 9.30, 415 Broadview Avenue, alterations to and demolition of heritage attributes. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down, is here without a recommendation. Do you have questions? Sorry.
I'm waiting to hear from legal staff. Could you just put that down, please? We'll move to another item. Thank you.
Okay. So our next item is DM 14.1, reimbursement of city's Form 2023 conference expenses. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If you do, if you can please put your name on the screen. Councillor Fletcher, questions to staff.
Yes, thank you. And there, Mr. Petrov's there. I just wanted to ask about this council policy, and I have understood from, when was this policy put in that we could travel and use all of our, up to $7,000 per person on our staff?
Madam Speaker, the travel policy as it currently stands goes back to 2008, where it was adjusted to move the threshold up to $7,000. Having staff attend professional development may go back even further, but it was at least 2008 that the current policy is in place.
So the $7,000, are there many conferences that would be, that has there been that kind of money spent for travel?
Madam Speaker, no. Ultimately, staff, member staff that have traveled, there's been very few. Since 2017 to 2022, there was only 8 staff that traveled and were paid for out of the councillor's office budget. So there's not that much travel with respect to staff. There's also travel as part of economic development missions. Some staff have traveled with members in those cases, but those are paid for by economic development.
So this wasn't a city mission. This was an interested conference for a councillor deciding to take their staff and having the current policy allowing, we could take 7 staff currently under the policy, correct?
That's correct.
Out of our $50,000. Would you agree with me, or that I'm considering that the office budget or the councillor budget is primarily there to support our constituents, not for our own personal or travel for interested conferences? That would be my understanding of our dollars. I'm channeling Rob Ford here, by the way.
Yes.
Yes.
It is for the councillor to spend in accordance to how they wish to address their constituents. Yes.
So really what we're looking at today, because the policy does cover $7,000, is that Councillor Mantis will have had that amount covered under the current travel policy. So there's a bit of a, in the way it's laid out, it really is only a certain amount that he's asking to have back, which is over the $7,000, correct?
That's correct.
And how much is that exactly?
It's for the 2, it's approximately just under $5,000.
So I guess what I'm just going to ask is, do you think it's time to review that policy that's from 2008 regarding using office budgets, constituency budgets for that level of travel? Perhaps it should be lower for...
Madam Speaker, we did note when we brought the member of council operations policy to council in December that we were going to look at the council travel policy and report later on this year. So yes.
How long will that take you to report? Because this has been the 3rd time this has been deferred as an item. So I would have kind of expected that some of that work would have been undertaken by now.
Well, we are currently scheduled for Q3. We do want to talk with our partners with respect to, including the city manager's office, with respect to how council travel should, what we would want to recommend. I don't know if it would have any specific impacts on this situation, which has already occurred back in March of 2023.
Yeah, so we have to we have to agree to pay the overage because the councillor, the policy doesn't allow you to simply pay that. And then all of those receipts and everything else would be all public, as they all are with our travel. So just assuring that everything's public there, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And okay, that's fine. I'll be speaking about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there's an awful lot of noise in the council chambers. Everyone is talking at the same time. Okay, just want to check to see if we have quorum. We do. Okay, Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thanks, Speaker. I wanted to ask a couple because there's not a lot of information here, but it's about the policy and the item. What's council approving today? Is it a waiver of our policy or our delegated authority? Exactly what's before us?
Madam Speaker, the current policy says any travel above $7,000 must be approved by council. This situation, the travel has occurred and the overage occurred afterwards, so the approval is basically for the overage that has been incurred by Councillor Mantis.
So the overage occurred while the individuals were out of country, not before they left?
That's correct.
Otherwise, they would have had to follow the policy and get approval?
That's correct.
Okay, and so I understand it. A councillor can travel up to $7,000 per person, right? Because I think there's 2 people on this trip, and they don't need to seek additional approval from council.
That's correct.
And in this case, something changed, and they ended up, the final bill was higher, so it's kind of like an after-the-fact discussion. What was the amount per individual that was higher?
Sorry, could you just, I'm having a hard time hearing.
What was the amount per individual? How much was higher than the $7,000?
In the end, it is approximately $2,400 per person over.
Roughly the same amount?
Yes, because it's primarily related to the flight home and the extra hotel night.
And does the trip get billed regardless under the expense reports for the councillor and the details, regardless of what council decides?
Whatever is approved today or not approved today, we will show what expenses have been reimbursed to the councillor, and it will be posted as per all the other expenses that we post.
Does the councillor have to sign the invoices and sign off on these expenses?
Madam Speaker, yes, as per the normal process, he submitted an expense claim and provided all the receipts as per the normal process.
So the accountable individual is the councillor?
That's correct, and this will be coming from the councillor's office budget.
Except that we're waiving it's really the procedure, but I guess it's the policy in terms of sequencing of approvals.
Yes, the sequencing is ideally we would want this in advance. This is an unusual situation.
Okay, and is there any documentation for the rationale for the excess of the 7,000?
Perhaps Councillor Mantis would want to speak to the rationale.
Is that part of the postings or the package, or is that something that's determined through council?
Yeah, yes, it would include in what he put into the expense package.
Thank you. I appreciate the extra information. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak, to ask questions.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and thank you. These are just very quick questions. Just want to make sure that it's clear to the public watching this debate. We do have hard and fast policy around travel. It's not a matter of you can do anything you want up to $7,000 and then you come here. We do, in fact, submit before travel authorization for travel that allows you to look at each component of our travel, what it's for, how we're spending it. There are policies within policies. You can check before we leave to make sure we're not flying in an air apartment on Air Emirates or something like that. That all happens before.
Madam Speaker, that's correct. A notice of travel document is provided to the clerk's office in advance. It usually estimates the cost that being incurred, and so that we have that process in advance. So we would normally see if there was a trip that was going to be over $7,000 or perhaps not aligned with the member of council operation policy, where we could flag it for the councillor traveling and advise.
Right, and what we're here for today, all of that did happen. What we're here for today is that some unforeseens, once the trip started, took the councillor over the limit, and that's why we need council's consideration. That's why this unusual circumstances happen.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to set that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. So I just wanted to clarify, I think I heard earlier that the overage, can you clarify where the overage is coming out of? How is that being covered?
Madam Speaker, the overage will be paid out of the councillor's office budget.
So it's still coming from his own budget?
It is.
So that if it's still coming out of his own budget, then why is it here in front of us?
The policy indicates that if it's over $7,000, council approval is required. So staff could not simply pay it out.
Regardless of where it comes from?
Yes.
Okay, still needs council approval. That's the policy. All right, that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to Mr. Pachalak, just to confirm the updated letter in the supplementary, the excess funds are for the trip home for the Air Canada flight that was missed due to the fact that they denied boarding. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker, that is my understanding from what you've submitted.
Thank you. And the result of that was the extra night of the hotel because of the missed flight, because we would have to take the next flight, which was the next morning.
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody's phone is ringing. Councillor Robinson, questions?
Yeah, I've got a question related to the actual conference, not this specific conferences, but conferences that the city is going to as a delegation versus maybe an independent organization. Can councillors go anywhere in the world with independent organizations that are separate to City Hall, third parties?
Madam Speaker, travel can be paid for by third-party sponsors. It would be reviewed by the Integrity Commissioner for the appropriateness of that sponsorship.
So that would happen in advance of the conference?
Yes.
Or maybe it's not a conference, maybe it's a visit, a delegation, or, okay, so that would happen in advance. And I think I know the answer to this, but it'd be interesting to hear it publicly. Is there a place that's all this travel, whether it's independent or it's a third party versus a delegation going to a film event, film conference or something, is that all posted somewhere for the public to see?
Yes, it's posted on the city's website in a couple of ways. One is the expenses that are reimbursed for the councillor, but also in the annual remuneration report that is provided to council each year. It is all on the website.
What was the last thing you said? I missed it.
We also do an annual remuneration report that we bring to council every year that's required under the City of Toronto Act that also summarizes all of the travel amongst other expenses that a member might incur.
Okay, and did you say that's on the public website?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the item? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down.
Thank you, Speaker. And I have a motion along the lines of what I was speaking to Mr. Pachalak about, waiting for it to be posted without my time being used. There it goes. Review the travel provisions in the members' council operations policy with respect to travel as part of the forthcoming city clerk's report, third quarter 2024. I'd like that to be a little faster, so if Mr. Pachalak can do that, I think a year from when it's been submitted is a little too long. But really and truly, I am going to channel my inner Rob Ford here today, because I sat beside Councillor Ford, then Mayor Ford, talking about our office budgets. And there's a movie called Run This Town about Councillor Ford that actually has us fighting about the office budget, that we should be using it for our constituents. So I do think there's a little something here with this money that's showing, because $7,000 of what you spent, Councillor Mantis, is already dealt with. We're just looking at the overage. So I think that's a problem in the way the motion is put out there. But I just want to say this, that I do believe that given the current policy, I could take 7 of my staff to a conference, spend $49,000 out of my $50,000 constituency budget, and I think that's wrong. Our constituency budget is set up for us to serve our constituents. That's what it's there for. And this wasn't even a conference that the city said we need to go to. It wasn't an economic development approved conference. It was an interest conference for a lot of money. And Councillor Mantis, I just have to say this, I'm using my Rob Ford, that it's one thing to be denied boarding. Our job is to make sure we're there on time so we're not denied boarding. Traveling from one city to another, that's our responsibility to make sure we've left enough time that we're not denied boarding and then have to have an overnight. Because even though it's your office budget, it's still taxpayer dollars. They're city dollars. They're constituency dollars. Where that means that your constituents or councillors in this situation now doesn't have about $30,000 to spend on advising constituents, meetings, the many things, mailings. I could use more money in my constituency budget, but I don't have more. So that's my problem with the current policy of $7,000 per person, per staff in our office. And perhaps Councillor Mantis is on his feet. He may have something he wants to say about what I'm saying, Councillor. So, Speaker, if he does, then let's entertain
Councillor
that.
Mantis, you're standing. I don't understand.
But stop
Madam
my
Speaker,
time.
just a point of privilege here
Okay.
on the comments of Councillor Fletcher. I agree with Councillor Fletcher that we need to review this policy. This policy does not meet the standards of today.
But that's not a point of
But wait a
personal
second.
privilege, Councillor
I'll tell you what the
Mantis.
point of privilege is.
There is no point of personal privilege.
But Ms. Madam
Okay,
Speaker,
so what is your point of privilege?
Personal privilege.
the personal
personal
privilege is the fact that Councillor Fletcher, in speaking directly to the member, is sort of lecturing me, which I'm sorry, but she doesn't know. The reason of the deny of boarding was because they had double booked the flight. It wasn't because of the lateness. So, I mean, it's all great to say this, but
Okay, I'm sorry,
we just have to
Councillor
make
Mantis.
sure.
Councillor Mantis, that's not a point of personal privilege. If you want to speak, you can speak after.
Okay, I'll speak after.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, please continue.
Thank you. I only read, just now I'll have to speak to that because I read the letter, said I left Turin at X time to get to the plane, and then we were late and then didn't get boarded. So I'm only going by what I've read, and I haven't had a conversation, Speaker, so just to clarify that. And I think that's in a letter that we all got, so I'm addressing what I know, what I got. I'm going to go back to the fact with my inner Rob Ford, who didn't want us to have office budget. I think he's probably looking down now and saying, what the is going on here at City Hall? Because that is a lot of money for travel. So I'm really indicating that that policy needs to come back, and it needs to be much lower, and we shouldn't have that kind of discretion ahead of time. We shouldn't have that discretion at the end to come here and say, this happened, $2,400 out of my office budget. I don't want to find that we're not approving office budgets because people aren't spending them well. I need my office budget for my constituents. Remember, we have double the wards that we started off with. That's a heck of a lot of people to be in touch with. And I scrimp and save in order to do that. So I don't begrudge anybody traveling. I don't begrudge anybody going for educational purposes or professional development. I would like to be sure that that's something that the city says that's a good idea. But outside of that, I do have that ability in my office budget. But I don't think we should have the ability to take our staff for $7,000. There's just something wrong with that. Not that you did anything wrong or any councillor did anything wrong, because that's the current policy. That's our policy. It needs to be changed. And I'm expecting that to be much lower. Those dollars are set aside for our constituency and office purposes. And I will support the payment, the overage payment, as I come to see it as that. But I would say that it's really unfortunate that we're here discussing this, and when I'm traveling and I know I have $7,000 and I don't like where I'm staying and I'm going somewhere else and all the different things I've read, I should stay within my budget. I have to stay in my $50,000. I can't come to this council and say, I needed to do 3 more mailings. I spent more money on mailing. Maybe I can do that, Speaker, and get more money out of my office budget. I don't think I can. So I just think that this is unfortunate, money poorly spent, and need a change in our policy, which I'm looking forward to.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you had your name up there. You wanted a question? You don't want to? No? Okay. Councillor. It's called the gravy train, Speaker. I know. And I hate gravy. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm happy to see that Councillor Fletcher has moved that motion, because as a new councillor, I think we need some clarity. This is only, we're in our 2nd year. I'm really surprised about these rules, because we struggle in our office to be able to stay under the threshold for our office budgets. And I just want to say, it's not my office budget. It's the Ward 9 Davenport office budget. And I want us to be really clear on that and not to use language that it's mine or me as a councillor. These are public dollars, and we have to steward them carefully. To put out newsletters, to have the software that we need to be able to manage the massive amounts of caseload in a ward that's doubled in size, to be able to communicate with our constituents, to give them materials so that they can, remember how to get in touch with us if they need that. I really do appreciate this acceleration of the clarity, because these blurred lines, I think, undermine the public confidence that we are doing this in the interest of our constituents. So I'll be supporting that motion.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers on the item? Okay, Councillor Mantis to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker, point of order. Is there any conflict here with?
No, there isn't, Councillor Robinson. We went through that 3 months ago. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mantis to speak.
So I also echo Councillor Fletcher's motion, and I support wholeheartedly her motion. No one wanted this to happen, and no one wanted this to happen in this way. Now, we said from the beginning, and I had asked staff and the clerk's office and economic development, why are the funds coming out of the councillor office budget? They said that this is the procedure and this is the rules that we have in place. We had from the beginning said that I didn't like this. I didn't like the way that this was done. Because the fact is that as a tech and innovation advocate going to represent the city at the conference, I believe that there should be a portion for any advocate in the city and anyone that has a chair or any other responsibility that goes to any conference, that it should be held by the body and by economic development or the responding body. Now, right now, we don't have those policies in place, but I echo Councillor Fletcher, and I agree that they need to change, and we need to have these policies in place that are more effective and come to 2024. And if also I would like to also comment and ask Councillor Fletcher if maybe we need to review other policies from other levels of government and make sure that they all correspond, because sometimes a policy from the federal government is different from the policy that we have as a city, and they could also conflict. So I'd like to thank Councillor Fletcher for her motion, and I also I hope everyone will vote on Councillor Fletcher's motion. Thank you.
Do we have any further speakers on the item? Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen. Motion by Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote.
I'm going to call two members who do not appear to have received the vote. Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, sir? In the affirmative. Thank you. The motion carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay. On the item as amended, all in favor?
I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Thank you. The item as amended is adopted. The vote is 21-3.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, on your 415 Broadview, you ready yet, or do you want us to hold it down? Tomorrow? Okay. Okay, so our next item is another deferred item, DM 14.2, balanced approach to distributing legislative meeting materials. Councillor Ainsley, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you can put your name on the screen. If anybody has any questions, if you can please put your name on the list. So Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Yep. I guess it's the clerks. I was just wondering so previously we used to give a paper copy of everything to city councillors throughout a council meeting, and all the relevant staff that were in the room. I was just wondering what that was costing us annually.
Madam Speaker, that was approximately $400,000.
$400,000 annually?
Yeah.
And that was for, like, all in for everybody?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so I wanted to ask, with the rollout of Office 365 to the councillors, what type of training are they receiving, the councillors and their staff, to use Office 365? For example, Microsoft OneNotes, so they can read their council agenda and make notes electronically.
Madam Speaker, when OneNote was originally rolled out, I think in 2018, there was training provided, and there's some available in Eli. I believe with M365 rollout, there can be refresher training provided as required.
Okay, so with the new 2024, how are we providing that training now? I understand all of the councillors, we're rolling out, clerks is rolling out Office 365. So how's that training being provided now?
Madam Speaker, with the Microsoft 365 project team, we are rolling out the Microsoft 365 applications to all councillors over the course of this next month. We will help provide information with respect to all of the applications and also help direct them to the training that is in existence, and we'll work with our technology services on any additional training courses that are needed depending on people's use and what they are looking for.
Okay. Is it being clearly explained to them, the benefits, for example, of using Microsoft OneNote, and that they don't have to print off material, that they can use whatever electronic device they have, so they don't have to print off material, it can be even transmitted electronically?
I guess I would say that there's not a specific focus on OneNote. It is more of the rolling out of all of the applications, but we can certainly highlight to every council office the advantages that the applications in Microsoft 365 provide, including OneNote.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. You mentioned a figure of $400,000 cost. Now that was for 44 councillors. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker, yes, that was when there was 44 councillors.
Right. Also, I think at one point you were giving to everybody, every agenda to every councillor, but then didn't we morph to an opt-in basis? You were able to just select a certain number of standing committees and agency boards and commissions in which you were given. So we reduced it significantly during that period. Is that not correct?
Madam Speaker, that is correct. There was a subscription basis for agendas. I don't know about substantially, but some members, a small number of members did opt to work completely electronically, and others maybe declined the community councils they didn't sit on, for example, that type of thing. But you're correct. There was, or the member is correct, Madam Speaker. There was an optional basis.
So when it was stopped, I think the reason we were given was because of COVID. Is that fair to assume?
Madam Speaker, that's a fair assessment. I mean, we were all at home, including the clerks, for part of that time, and we developed the CMP, the Clerks Meeting Portal application, as the most effective means of distributing agenda materials in a situation where members of council were 100% remote, and so that has continued.
So sort of final question. Councillors now, I guess, are printing, if they want, they're printing their agendas. So they're using their office budget for toner and paper, and of course our council is a little over half of what it was. So the savings are minimal. Is that a safe bet?
Speaker, maybe I'll ask, Mr. Patchlock can answer that.
Madam Speaker, yes, I would agree that councillors now have the choice to print material themselves, and they can choose whatever material they wish to print, and that would be charged to their office budget. I'm not sure how to answer your last question, but with respect to whether that's minimal savings. I'm not sure, can you perhaps rephrase?
Yes, no, my only comment was, it seems with a much smaller council, and we really just moved the money around. Now we're using toner and paper from the councillor's office to.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Is it safe to assume that the printing within councillors' offices has spiked?
I think we have not actually seen a spike in printing in offices. And I would say that the one distinction between what is happening in offices and what is being proposed is that the agendas would be formatted in a better way in order to be able to be printed in a more readable format, which I think is the primary, that and the delivery of the actual agendas out to councillors would be what would happen if we move to the clerk's office resuming the printing.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
So just to put it in a different way, the functions of the clerk, which was to provide us with all of the printed materials, has now been changed to the function of the councillor's office to provide the councillor with those materials, if we want
Madam
that.
Speaker, maybe I could say this in response. You know, we are keenly aware that of the 26 members of this council and previously the 45 members, some members require or prefer to have paper agendas, while other members are happy to work completely digitally. You know, we're in a transition. You know, as over time, we've become in the Toronto Public Service more and more used to working with things electronically. But I do, you know, we do acknowledge that members, there are different preferences among members here. So we're happy to try to find a solution here which works for everybody. I'm sorry, that's not directly answering the councillor's question, but that's, I just wanted to frame that as I think what we're discussing here today.
Well, what we're talking about is that now my staff have to see what I want and print that, and what do you want, and please call somebody and get me this and get me that. When I'm here, I've got 3 different devices running electronically, and sometimes I just want paper. I just want that motion that I wrote printed. I just want something printed. And is that not a fair thing? Not asking you to send those big, every standing committee to the office every time, but it has been, my question was, that used to come to us regularly. Now, for us to have that, that onus is on my staff to do that, not clerk staff. Would I be right to put it like that?
That is, Madam Speaker, that's a correct assessment.
That's correct. So, and I have no new staff, and that's coming out of my office budget, so now we just put a trip out of the office budget, but I'm still crying because I have to do many things or my staff have to do it. So I'm just looking for what that happy medium could be, because sometimes I've been told we can't print that for you. I don't understand that. Is that a response that we should expect?
Madam Speaker, I don't understand the context of that response. If it's about in the committee rooms, perhaps. You know, we have also, during COVID, we ceased, obviously, the distribution and copying of materials in the committee rooms. So if the member is talking about that, that is currently our policy, but, you know, arising from this debate, we will revisit this.
So the policy is that we don't get the motions that are made there on the screen. I know that recently, and I think it's a very good practice to be able to have the decks that we're looking at passed out, because I like to make my notes there and I have it in a certain place if it's important, but I think we had to ask for that. So we're moving back from not being here, everything electronic, being in separate places, and I think that that there needs to be a catch-up for the kinds of things that I would just consider courtesy materials, or if I need something printed, that can be printed. The other day I asked for resumes to be printed for a committee that I'm working on. That would just have been standard in the past. And there's many, many new councillors, 8 or 9, I think, that when you're sharing something with resumes, you would get that book. That isn't your staff that would be handling that. Is that not right? That's how it would work. Back to the good old days. Am I right about that? You wouldn't be.
Madam Speaker, what the councillor is describing prior to COVID, that is correct.
So just looking at kind of rebalancing, I think that this is a conversation that we should have. Is there a problem if we rebalance that a little bit with things that we think are helpful overall to get printed? If you'd like it, if you like to read it, that's fine. If you don't, but that we're trying to, I'm not sure everybody understands the number of things we have going on even in council, because we're also doing our constituency work while we're here reading things, keeping on CMP and everything else. Is that, I'm not sure that everyone's aware of the juggling that goes on in our jobs.
Speaker, I'm not exactly sure what I was being asked, but I will say.
You're being asked if we're juggling.
Councillor, maybe you could, when it's time to speak, you could speak on it, but did you just want to answer that?
Well, I just want to say our interest in the clerk's office is to support members to carry out their duties.
Right.
That's our ultimate goal.
Okay.
So as a real, the motion that's before us today recommends surveying members of council for their interests, and we're fully supportive of that to better understand what everyone's preferences are. We did, as part of the budget process, highlight some of the financial pressures that this would create on the city, and so we'll have to take that into account with whatever council decides today.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, questions?
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Fletcher did ask most of my questions, but I know Mr. Pachalak put it out there that it costs $450,000 a year to have items printed, but that was when you had 44 councillors. So just for the public record, how much would it cost for 26 members of council if everybody decided to print?
Madam Speaker, the budget note we prepared for the Budget Committee indicated $200,000 for all members of council to receive the agendas.
Okay, thank you. And if this were to pass, would you anticipate 26 people having the items printed?
Madam Speaker, the assumption in our briefing note was that there would be 26 members who would wish to have agendas printed, and the fact that that could change and at any point in time. So it may be a smaller amount at the beginning and it could change to a higher amount later on. It wouldn't be a one-time opportunity for printed agendas to be available.
And I guess you wouldn't assume that not every item of the agenda be printed either.
Madam Speaker, that's the most efficient way to generate it, rather than picking items out.
Okay. And also, one of the things that were not factored, I'm going to ask, is the screen time. Because, we've gone purely virtual. I know pre-pandemic, we said to young people and others, be careful with your screen time. And here we are doing a 180 in that it's been promoted to go strictly on screen time. Do you feel that that's an equitable way of looking at things when you factor in AODA and health and safety and accessibility of the members here?
Madam Speaker, I think that's an interesting question to ask. I don't know if I have a particular answer. Everyone would have different requirements that sometimes looking at paper can strain people's eyes, sometimes looking at screens can. So, I think to the point that the clerk said is that finding a solution to the situation is what we would hope to achieve.
And one of the things I want to point out, and I think Councillor Fletcher alluded to it too, is that the amount of time it takes one person or more out of our office is just not the matter of the printing of the material and the cost of that, but the people time, the staff's time in our offices having to set aside to actually print the material. I know, for example, around council periods of time, that some of the council members, the staff actually sit in the printing area the entire day. I won't call anybody out, but Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Moore, your question, please.
So again, have you factored in the time of our staff to print the material? I mean, 26 people here, so times that by whomever.
Madam Speaker, we have not specifically determined how much time is being spent by each councillor's office because it's very individual. However, we've indicated that if we were to resume printing for council at their request, we indicate that it would be about $200,000, which includes 1 FTE for the Secretariat to help put those agendas together and help distribute them to the members.
So one final question. Wouldn't you find that be more cost effective to have one person do all of it rather than 26 plus people printing across the second floor?
Madam Speaker, that may be the case, not knowing how many other people are standing in front of the copiers, but I can see that may be the case.
Thank you.
I think we've all seemed to be asking, and everybody knows really where we're heading on this issue. No, I mean, you know, I think we're all on the same page here. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Well, that was an excellent pun, Madam Speaker, but I'm not sure that we are all on the same page.
Okay.
I only ask these questions, the motion refers to, and how can we roll this into the 2024 budget? And I think, in fact, the impacts might go to 25, 26, and beyond. I'm wondering, I'm not even sure who this is a question for. Maybe all of us, maybe the CFO and the city manager. Beyond the cost of printing these and that 1 FTE, what are the savings when we stop doing this of the extra person at center table who was printing motions and then walking around handing them, and the 2 persons who would then gather them up at the end of each meeting? What is the savings of having generated all that paper, having Iron Mountain backing up the truck to our loading dock more often than they do now, most certainly, and the cost of archiving the stuff, because if councillors are printing it and they're archiving it, it's now, as it was in those days, the city's responsibility was that, well, somebody's archiving it, we better archive it too, and we better know it. And lastly, what is the amount of money we have spent to get to where we are now, which is, rather than print and archive all these materials, every report technologically has within it the link to every report that has ever been generated regarding this topic, dating back to 2000, whatever, all right there in one link, all right there on a portal, not on paper, but certainly at our fingertips and in a secure fashion, including ways to lock down the confidential stuff. So what was the cost of getting to that point, and the savings of getting rid of the humans who used to do all of this by paper, report by report by report? Does somebody know the delta between those 2 numbers?
And the pencils involved.
Madam Speaker,
thank you, Councillor Peruzzi, even though you don't have the floor. Thank you for that. Include the pencils in your evaluation.
Madam Speaker, we don't have the delta on that. That is a very good question. We would say that in City Clerks, we did repurpose those positions that you referenced to other work
recently.
To other work that was needed to be done, and therefore didn't have to ask for additional resources in earlier budgets because we reallocated. But
so they're doing that work now, and we'd be pulling them away from it.
We would be looking at how we would adjust to the service and what the impacts would be on the rest of the work that we're doing. Yes.
And if we get into we'll do the survey. But if we get into the survey, it has multiple types of opinions. How long will we spend getting to a consensus on what it is or isn't going to be the new regime in terms of generation of paper? How much time do you estimate it will take to come to a consensus amongst these 25 self-employed individuals, which is sort of psychologically what we are? What would be the paper policy if we're now going to take a big step backwards to do paper? Could it happen within the 2024 budget process? Say no. I'm kidding. Could it happen even within the, could it happen even in time for you to make a 2025 budget submission with a consensus from council?
Madam Speaker, I guess it would depend on how, like, I think our intent was to structure the survey indicating what we would provide and go from there so that it wouldn't have all of the variables that could be possibly be out there, but to be a more confined attempt to resolve the issue at hand.
So you could only actually survey after scoping what is doable?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, speakers. Councillor Ainslie? You're fine. Okay, Councillor Holiday to speak. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Can you move me down the list to just amending a motion? Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, I've said my piece in regards to the questions that I've asked staff already, but I just want to say that for me, it's an AODA issue. It's a health and safety. It's an accessibility issue. Again, it's not. It's a very small amount when you factor it in a larger context that allows us to do our work and do it effectively. It may not be for everyone, but maybe for some. I know for me, I like some paper, not all paper, but I have several devices here. And yes, I have a binder in front of me, and my staff, Grace, thankfully printed it out for me, but it takes away from the work that they're already doing. And there's a lot of work in my office to do. So I'd like the option of having the items printed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak. And Councillor Fletcher, do you want to come up? Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. I knew I was old when a young person offered me their seat on the subway. And I know I'm old when I'm standing up and advocating strongly for the printing of our agendas. But the reality is that what do constituents really want us to be focusing on? Do they want our staff using their time printing and collating agendas, or do they want us working on the problems that they face and helping them out in the many things that they need in the city? So it's my position, it's my view, that the savings will be very minimal, that in fact we're running up bills within our offices for toner and paper as we're running things off. And at the same time, I think we have to look at how we're spending our time. And we need the support. We now have wards of well over 100,000 people. We need the support of councillor services to make sure our offices can function effectively. And I think asking for an opt-in policy on the printing of agendas is reasonable and fair, and I think we should support it.
Thank you. Next speaker is Speaker Nunziata. 1 sec. There you go.
Yes, I do support the report. If members of council want to receive a copy of the agenda on a committee that they're on, they have the option to ask for it. I think that's the way it should be if you want it. If you don't want it, you don't need to have it printed. And yes, before we used to have the motions printed, and Councillor Carey, you're correct, but we don't need people going to everybody's desk and handing them out. You can put them in the back, and a member of council that wants actually the copy of the motion, so they don't yell out, what are we voting on? What's the motion? What's the motion? If you want a copy of it, you can have it. I think it should be the option of every member of council if they want a copy of the agenda. Previously, what we did, which was we were printing too much, was that at one point when we were 44, we used to get copies of everybody's agenda, all the community council agenda, every committee, even though you weren't on those committees. Like, I was getting Scarborough Community Council, I was getting Toronto.ca printed and put, we don't need that. We just need on what we're sitting on. And that will save a lot of money. So we're printing a lot at one time, which we shouldn't have. And I know that members of council sometimes when there's a motion, they want to see a copy of it. And they want to know what they're voting on. There's nothing wrong with the clerk just printing and putting it at the back. And if you want a copy of it, just walk to it. We don't need somebody dropping it off on your desk. Yes, there's a savings there, Councillor Carroll, but there are some members of council, and I for one, we want a paper agenda, and we're able to read the agenda, and we don't want to be sitting and trying to find it and scroll on your computer, you know. So we just voted recently. Members of council, it's your option if you want security. And we voted for that, which I didn't vote for, and everybody voted for that. So we can't vote to have our own agenda printed for us. If you voted for that, what was that, $8,000 for every member of council? So 2,000 whatever, but the thing is, you voted for it, and now we're saying we don't need printed agenda. That's important because it's important to have an agenda before us when we go through a council meeting or a committee meeting, so I support it. And it's up to members of council. If they choose, they want it. If they don't want it, well, you don't have to have it. But don't keep yelling out, what are we voting on? What item are we on? What's that motion on? I can't see the motion on the screen. You know, that goes on and on. So I do support what we have before us.
Councillor McKelvey, Deputy Mayor McKelvey. 1 second. Ooh, there you go.
Thank you. I have 3 motions. I don't know if the second one came in. So the first one is about also looking at additional software like Diligent or Adobe, because I think then you can write notes and things, which I think is helpful and part of what people struggle with. The second one was, I don't actually know what it is. It was for Councillor Moyes, so maybe we can pull up that. I know he forgot to move it, so he's going to. But, you know, if he had a way to track his motions in his Diligent system, maybe he wouldn't have missed that. So he's just changed on here, resume printing, distributing March 25th following. So that's his amendment. And then the third I just sent a note about was just asking the clerk to give a refresher on CMP. And, you know, I think some people don't know where you find advanced circulated motions in particular. I think that is a function we all need to use more, because if we're advanced circulating our motions and we can easily find that, that can make for a more efficient meeting. So that was that, here it is here. So City Clerk requests City Council requests the clerk to provide additional training on CMP for more efficient meetings. And I think that's important because we rolled out CMP during the pandemic. So we didn't actually sit down with the clerk and go through it. So I think some of us could really benefit by doing that and maybe learning some more tips that could be helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Yeah, I have a motion as well. I just a really sort of friendly amendment to Councillor McKelvey's to make sure that the paper has the 3 holes in it for binders. That's like really, really important, because otherwise you just aren't going to have to take that aside and try to punch a hole into a thick wad of paper, and you're not going to be able to do it. And then we'll have to buy a really, really like an industrial hole puncher, and that's going to be like, and you get it, right? And the other thing that I would have added to this motion, Speaker, and it's really important, I know people are smirking, but consider it, that the paper should have that color coding that we used to have. Because we do a lot of different things here at Council, and I remember, you know, and I know that we're not going to go back to the green sheets, the blue sheets, the orange sheets, the brown sheets, the purple sheets, all that kind of stuff. Don't forget Santa. But I found the color variations in the paper quite helpful in being able to zero in on specific things in specific ways. So, and look, I know that people think that somehow this is kind of like, you know, a silly debate, and no question. You know, some of the questions that were asked, I was sitting here and I was saying to myself, you know what, this sounds kind of silly, right? But it's not. It's absolutely not. You know, they said earlier on, and I don't want to harken back to the days when, you know, I first came on board, and it was just typewriters. I don't want to age myself, but it was typewriters. And you know what? And bad printers, slow, bad printers. We had the least amount of paper ever. Why? Because somebody had to type it out on a typewriter. White it out. Take real interest. You weren't able to kind of like mass print. Oh, I forgot that changed. Reprint them again. It's really fast, right? And they said early on, remember the early days? They said when computers first arrived, you know, word processors and computers you're never ever going to need paper again. Were they right or were they wrong? They were wrong. We all know today that they were wrong. They were so wrong. Never did we ever need more paper with the advent of and the advances in technology. Why? Because everybody just print ad nauseum everywhere. Push the button, print. Oh, I lost it, print it again. Oh, I misplaced it, print it again. Oh, I left it behind. Oh, print it again. Right? Print and reprints. It's so easy to do. And often we get hung up in this conversation, and I understand that some folks wanted to sound real smart about, oh, how much did we save on paper? How much did we save on paper? Right? They didn't ask the question of, how much does technology cost us? And what has technology cost us? And you know, you see this, and the simple, like we sort of sit back and view the screen, and I sit here and I view the screen and I say, oh, look at this, gazismo, everything moving around, and you can get to this and that. And if you're really good, like if you're kind of like a Ferrari race driver with these things, right, you can go anywhere you want, right, at any time. But what you're not seeing is the legions of people that it takes to support that, to make that happen. It doesn't happen on its own. You think that you just go there, you scroll, and there's this report. Look at that, magical. No, didn't happen that way. I bet you spent like 100 times more money on that, like finding that, than printing a sheet of paper somewhere. Typing it out and printing it out. Because this, you've always got to perpetually maintain. And the costs of it are outlandish. I get it. It's the future. Future is on us. You take it, you embrace it, you move on. But don't get caught up in this silliness. Don't let me hear that again about paper costs, pencil costs, savings, and this and that. Because that makes the conversation so banal, so naive. It's silly.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
I don't have a motion, Madam Speaker. Quite frankly, I can't even believe we're having this conversation. Madam Speaker, in a year where most of us, if we haven't already done it, most of us will stand before our communities and explain to our constituencies how very deep and dire the city's financial considerations are right now, and that is why we are having to ask for an unprecedented property tax increase, and we ask them to get on board with us and help us get this city back on track. And now we're taking something that says, let's survey how we can actually spend more money on ourselves. And we're actually amending it to say, no, let's not even do the survey. Let's just start spending more money on ourselves as of March 25th, 2024. After we've told our constituents how very difficult a situation we're in financially. We're going to sit here 7 days before we adopt that budget and do this. Madam Speaker, I'm shocked, really shocked. After we've already spent the tens of millions of dollars we spent over the last decade to go paperless. And the reason we went paperless is because of how very much more we can do with everything that is at our fingertips. Our connection to our public service is stronger and faster than it's ever been because we went paperless. Our ability to continue to govern in the middle of a lockdown and a pandemic was made possible because we used that investment and we went paperless. And we went right on governing. Councillor Robinson is sitting at home helping us to govern because we went paperless. Every item you look at, you know how I used to look up the history of an item? I'd run down the hall because I don't know if I have that agenda, but I knew that Councillor Jambroni was just nerdy enough that he had every agenda. And I know we talked about this. Which month was it we talked about? Oh, I'll phone Yulie and I'll ask her, and then I'll run down to Adam Jambroni's office because he labels his binders. I don't have time to label mine. Oh, I'll find that paper. And I want to thank my colleague, Councillor Peruzza, for demonstrating what will happen the minute we go down this road. Now I want it in color-coded papers. And oh, by the way, could you do this? And oh, by the way, could you do that? And I know there's one person, and I know I demonstrated my intentions, but I heard that so-and-so gets this, that, or the other thing in that office, and now I want it too. Oh, you just printed a motion and walked it over to that councillor's office, that councillor's desk in council session for accessibility reasons. Now I want it too. And we'll be right back where we were before, with mountains of paper on our desks, like we used to see on Councillor Moscow's desk, the king of paper. There'll be stacks and stacks of paper with tape flags all over them. Get on the App Store, my colleagues. There's a million annotation programs. Councillor McKelvey mentioned a great one. Diligent Board Books is brilliant for annotation. It's a yellow magic marker that's electronic, and for free you can just scrap it all over your online agendas. I keep hammering away at our chief clerk that we need a better annotation program right in the city's tech portfolio so that we can do that on something that is city embedded and can be used in in-camera agendas. And he'll get there one day if he has the money to invest in it. And that way we'll be using the same business practices the public service is using, and we're getting bang for our buck out of that investment. But you can't make both. You can't invest in the future and invest in the past. We've already spent that money. We can't make a big investment in going back 10 years in time when we've just told our constituents we're so short of funds. I ask, Madam Speaker, that my colleagues please use their heads for just a minute to think that one through. And please defeat the motion that is before us and all the amendments to it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be very brief because, quite frankly, Councillor Shelley Carroll just covered it beautifully, in my opinion. I think that this has been an unfortunate debate in that we should be moving forward and really being leaders, quite frankly, on this front. We do have, as Councillor Carroll has indicated, fiscal challenges, and this is an easy thing to address because it's already addressed, really, but also the environment and all the paper. So I'm very concerned about that going backward. And it really, I've really fought for the environment over the years, but I find people, until it's on, suddenly, they're all over the environment, but when it becomes a tiny bit inconvenient, suddenly we're not forging ahead. So I just think let's talk the talk, walk the walk. Let's think about our fiscal challenges and the environmental challenges we face as a globe, as a planet. And let's not support what's before us.
Okay. Members, let's... Oh, when did I skip over? Oh, Councillor Holyday, sorry. Councillor Holyday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a motion, if I could ask the clerks to put it up onto the screen. It's a very simple amendment. It basically changes the original and says choose between a digital tablet or paper. And so I just wanted to, some of the others spoke very well on this, and that's what happens when you get bumped down to the bottom of the list. If, I don't, Speaker, if you don't mind, I could just get some quiet around me. But I read this and I thought, oh my goodness. I grew up on the cusp of computers, and I was really lucky. I had one all my life. I'm not that old. But I also learned to draft by hand. Some of my first schoolwork was done on a typewriter. I get it. I've lived in kind of both worlds, and I don't know, I have had no problem adapting to going fully digital. I can't imagine having to make sure that I show up on the right day at City Hall to get the agenda, you know, printed in big volumes the next day. We live in a world now where the thing's posted at 9:30 in the morning and you've got it within minutes. It's all there. But I guess people want to have it on paper. Who am I to say that maybe that's not the way that they work, they think? But what I just don't get is, you know, how you can want to have paper and then also want to have the digital equipment at the same time. You know, so to further emphasize the point made by my colleagues, we've got this budget coming forward, and we asked city staff to find savings, and they found hundreds of millions of dollars in savings. They do all kinds of stuff around the city to make that happen. But it's like literally exactly this stuff, right? You know, stop printing paper on this, do it in a different way. And we get the same council meeting here, we're talking about expense budgets for travel. So maybe we should lead by example. So, you know, my motion, as harsh as it is, it just says, if you want paper, well then give back your computer. You don't have to give back your desktop, but give back the tablet, because what do you need it for? I mean, these things cost thousands of dollars. So anyways, you know, this is a surrogate discussion for a bigger thing. I know there's been a bit of laughter, bits about paper and so on, but seriously, you know, it's a 9.5% property tax increase, and here we are just making it more expensive. And please, clerks, if you're listening, if the second motion by Councillor McKelvey passes that says start delivering full agendas, do not print one for my office. I don't need it. I don't want it. It will just go into recycling. It's not a good use of resources. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Clerk, I have a question for the clerk. I just want to be clear. Point of order. Thank you. That's what it is. It's a point of order. I want to be clear because I moved an amendment for Councillor Moyes, so I just want to make sure I clarify that. But if the motions I have about diligent or the motions about the other technology, if they pass, but then the item fails, the whole thing fails, right? Including the amendments. Okay, but we can bring those forward another time. Great. I just want to, so I might, you know, put that out that we can still bring that another time. Okay, great.
All right, let's vote. Let's vote because our time is very costly. We have a huge budget. So the longer we take to talk, the electricity is on. We have to pay the clerk to be here over time. So let's vote. Okay, let's put the motion on the screen. And that's costing money, Councillor Carroll. Recorded votes. Yeah. Motion by Councillor McKelvey, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, are you able to vote, please? Councillor Matlow, are you able to vote, please? Councillor Bradford, please. And Councillor Fletcher, are you using the system? No. Okay. We'll record you in the affirmative then. Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 10 to 12. Sorry, I should have said motion 1B.
Councillor Mantis, what is it? Do you want to reopen? Huh? Forget. Okay, let's have the next motion. This is costing us money the longer we delay this vote. Let's cancel all the security. Yeah, that's right. Motion by Councillor Holiday. Motion by Councillor Holiday. Do you want a recorded vote? Yes. Okay, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Crescenti, Councillor Candival, please. Motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 3 to 20.
Okay, on the item recorded vote. Oh, okay. Which other motions?
Yeah. Point of order, I'll withdraw my two motions, the two additional motions.
Okay.
We can bring those forward at another time.
Okay, Councillor McKelvey is withdrawing her two additional motions. On favor? Carried. So that's it, correct? Who else had moved a motion? Pardon? Okay. Councillor Peruzza for the three-hole punch. Three-hole punched. Isn't it three-hole punch, not punched? Punched. Well, somebody's going to get punched. Oh, I mean, recorded vote. Okay, on favor? We don't want to record a vote on it. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, carried. No, they said they didn't want a recorded vote. Opposed? Okay. Okay, let's have a recorded vote.
A friendly amendment to McKelvey's motion for the paper. I believe that did not pass, to my regret, right? After Shelley's impassioned plea, right? So What do you want from me now?
Okay, so just withdraw your motion.
What was your, sorry?
Just withdraw your motion.
Sure.
Okay. Councillor Pruitt is withdrawing the motion. On favor to withdraw? Okay, come on, guys. Councillor, okay, on the item, recorded vote. No, it's on the item, on the report, on the item.
Madam Speaker, we'll put it on the screen. So the original motion, the final clause, asked for options for the implementation of part of the 2024 budget process, and already the budget is in the mayor's hands, so there's no way to do this. Just rule that second part out.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Perks. So I think, so what I propose, we'll just end it here and report back with findings, right? Okay, so on the report, so legislative material, report back with findings, and then we'll end it there, and the rest of it, I'll rule it out of order.
With findings.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. So we're voting to where it says findings and following that, ruling that out of order. We're just moving the report. Okay, Councillor Fruits is challenging me on this, but well, you don't have to tell me why. No. No. Okay, Councillor Peruzza is challenging me on favor of upholding the chair, please. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, we're in the middle of a vote. We'll have to end the first vote before you can take that vote, so just stand by, please.
Okay. Is the ruling of the chair upheld? Recorded vote. Councillor Peruzza wants a recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, your vote, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, your vote, please.
If you're upholding the chair, you vote yes.
Councillor Matlow, how do you vote, please? The ruling of the chair is upheld. The vote is 22-2.
Let's vote on. Point of order, Councillor Carroll.
My point of order is the reason why I voted no. You know, my history is always to uphold the chair, but I think it's a dangerous precedent when something is out of order because of the language in the motion to just, with respect, to let yourself just casually amend it. It's out of order because the budget process ended on January 31st at midnight, and February 1st, the mayor introduced her budget. That's the reason that motion's out of order. But we've opened the door now to, rather than get on the speaker's list and place an amendment to fix it, you just sort of scrapped part of a motion from the speaker's chair. And I think that's a dangerous precedent. So I'm wondering if the procedural binder covers us and protects us on that matter.
Yeah. Yeah, I disagree with you, Councillor Carroll. It's up to the chair, the speaker, to determine if a portion of the motion is out of order or not. Thank you.
Yes, and that would be a ruling if I could just seek your...
I did rule on it, Councillor Carroll, and we voted, and there was a challenge to the chair. I did rule on it, and Councillor Perruzza challenged me.
So the ruling that you're making now is that a speaker can alter a motion from the chair without placing a formal amendment? Is that the ruling now?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
challenge the chair. I'm sorry. I have to challenge the chair.
Point of order. I thought what I heard the clerk just say is that the speaker has the ability to rule
Yeah.
a portion
Of the motion.
not the whole one.
No.
So she said the second half was out of order, and that's why she stopped it there. That's what I thought I heard from the clerk.
Clarification that I was seeking. Unfortunately, that was not said into a microphone, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Carroll.
But if the clerk made that explanation, and due to acoustics, Deputy Mayor McKelvey could hear it, good on her, but that is not something that I was able to hear.
Okay,
I think that's an important distinction.
Well, I apologize if you didn't hear it, but I did rule on a portion of the motion, and that's when Councillor Perruzza challenged me. So on the item, recorded vote.
So I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but I want to be clear, and this hasn't been said officially into a microphone. So my question was, does the procedural binder protect us on this? So is the procedural bylaw that you are allowed to alter a motion?
Councillor Carroll, as I indicated, I am ruling a portion of the motion out of order. And yes, the speaker can, yes, thank you. Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, but I need to be precise about it.
Okay, I'm sorry if you didn't hear me, but I made it very clear because I think everybody else heard me. Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, I regret to inform you that we need to restart the vote.
Restart the vote.
That just took the air out of the balloon.
I would be very interested to find out recorded votes, what the cost of that is.
Oh, did it? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please, and thank you. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Myers, please. And Councillor Robinson. item does not carry. The vote is 10 to 15.
Okay. Our next item, Councillor Holyday, you held it down, EX 11.11. Municipal non-resident resident speculation tax on foreign buyers. Councillor Holyday, do you have a question? Okay, just one sec. Do we have staff here for the? Councillor Holyday? Questions? Do we have staff? Okay. Councillor Holyday, questions?
Thank you very much. Can someone tell me, the federal government placed a ban on foreign ownership, and the provincial government continued to collect taxes, even in 2023, on foreign properties. How can that be?
Through you, Madam Speaker, with the federal ban, there are certain exemptions that would still be subject to the speculation tax through the province and what's being recommended by staff. I think probably the most significant exemption that would apply is the purchase of a multi-residential unit of greater than 3 properties, 3 to 6 units within the building. So that would still be exempt from the federal ban, but it would still be subject to the charge.
Who else is exempted from the federal ban?
Also exempt from the federal ban would be temporary workers, international students, and as I mentioned, people purchasing properties with 3 to 6 units.
So international workers, foreign workers, students, people with 3 to 6 properties, does that explain then the people that are paying the 25% tax in Ontario?
Based on the information we've received from the province, that appears to be what's driving the numbers that they continue to collect through 2023 results.
So will those people then be required to pay the tax in Toronto?
Through the Speaker, yes, that would be the case.
So why would we want to tax foreign workers? I think I read somewhere diplomats and their families. That's those sort of people.
Through the Speaker, so in developing the staff recommendation, bringing the report forward, it was important that we mirrored the provincial foreign buyer speculation tax and ensure for implementation that we adhere to the provincial requirement. So in keeping with that, the exemptions and the limits to the exemptions that the provincial government has imposed, we're mirroring those. In addition to that, you will note that especially as it relates to 3 to 6 units, that is still an area that is consistent with our policy to limit speculation.
So there's lots of reasons why somebody that may be a foreign national would buy property. What about I don't know, professional athletes, the Blue Jays, Raptors, hockey play, maybe the Leafs, maybe they're U.S. residents and they're up here. Would they be paying the tax too?
So if they're a permanent resident of Canada, they would not be. If they are not, they would be subject to the tax. However, no different than any individual that would fall in that category. If they become a permanent resident within 4 years, they would be eligible for a rebate.
So one of the other things that caught my eye in this report was that there was a discussion around investors that own more than one property, and staff recommended against having, I guess, a surtax or a higher rate. Can you explain why?
Through the speaker, staff are still undertaking the work and reviewing where there's multiple properties owned by an individual owner. We don't have that data yet. Staff are continuing to review that. Based on some of the preliminary work that we have received, it doesn't seem to be in abundance, but staff are still continuing to review where those instances might exist.
I think the report said something along the lines, I'm going by memory, very, very minimal in total, and even more minimal from year over year, because this captures people year over. So how minimal is very minimal if we're only talking about a few hundred properties in the city anyways?
I'll turn it over to Casey, who can speak to some of the information we have.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, we did some preliminary analysis and found that there was fewer than 500 instances of where one owner of a property owned one or more properties. So 500 instances. The tax is only payable if that property transacts in a sales transaction. So it's a fraction of 500, maybe 10% of that 500 would transact in a year. That's your total volume of transactions to which a tax would be applied to.
What's the total volume predicted for 2023? Even I don't mean dollar value, but in terms of the number of properties we're talking about overall that would be captured by the foreign buyer's tax.
That was your last question.
We're assuming about 150 transactions for 2023, for 24.
Councillor Candeval, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, just a couple of questions in regard to data. Do we have access to provincial data on how successful they've been?
Through the speaker, yes. We've been working in concert with our colleagues in the provincial government, and the report itself has a table that identifies provincial revenue as well as properties within the City of Toronto for which they collected against the provincial tax dating back to 2017.
Sorry, I missed that. Just roughly how many residences and how much did they collect as a result?
Through the speaker, since 2017, we've identified about 4,153 transactions that would have occurred within the City of Toronto.
And how much did they collect in tax revenue?
Excluding 2023 revenue, $521 million.
529 million?
21 million.
$521 million?
And across the entire province, they would have collected, again, excluding 2023 data, over $1 billion.
Fascinating. And that was predicated on a 25% tax, correct?
That is predicated on an existing 25% tax. The tax has been scaled in, phased in through the province. I believe originally it would have been at 10% or 15, sorry. Originally it was at 15%. Last March it increased to 20%, and then last October, I believe, it increased to 25%.
And are we contemplating a similar graduated approach to the non-residence tax?
So our recommendation is to bring the non-residence tax in at 10%. We do feel with the provincial tax, as well as once implemented, if a unit remained vacant, you'd be subject to a vacant home tax. There is enough in place to ensure that we're deterring speculation in the city.
Is staff open or for the consideration of graduating this tax in subsequent years, or is this a later conversation?
Through the speaker, we're happy to review the tax, also against the extended federal ban that was announced over the weekend, but happy to review it and take direction from council.
And lastly, is 10% sufficient detriment in staff's opinion?
So the 10% would represent the incremental change being recommended by the City of Toronto staff. That would be on top of the 25%. So in the instance of those that would be exempt from the federal ban, there would be a combined increase of 35% between both the provincial and the City of Toronto's recommended tax.
Thank you to staff through you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How are we going to enforce it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we would leverage the existing controls that are in place from the provincial government. So the provincial government, as of today, has both requirements that will require legal sign-off, as well as an audit requirement, as well as hefty fines that come about with any improper declaration of your status.
Okay. And how does this interface with the multi-tenant home study that is being undertaken around land economics? Because one of the things we were worried about was foreign buyers really starting to purchase and convert multi-tenant homes.
So again, you have a federal ban that's in place right now that would apply to 1 to 3 units. This would be in place as it relates to anything above 3 units to 6 units. It is applied against the residential. So again, it's intended to be a continued deterrent against speculation as it relates to those property types.
Okay, so I just want to make sure then, so will those groups talk, so it just went through in the last council meeting through general licensing, the contract to do this study, so can we just make sure that they're aware of this work so those can feed together in a positive way?
Through the chair, happy to undertake that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Holliday, you held the item down. Would you like to speak? Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be voting against this proposal before council. You know, we have a scope of government that's bloated. We have a dumpster fire when it comes to city finances. The last thing I'm going to do is throw more fuel into the fire. I asked a couple of questions that I think were important about who's getting taxed. The answers I got back were there were very, very few people when it was multiple property owners. So, I think people are out there thinking about some villain or entity that's buying up Canadian property and holding it and playing with the market. The numbers reveal that's just not true. And you look a little closer and you find out that despite a federal ban and a 25% tax, there is still a handful of people that bought property in the city, foreign nationals. Well, I wonder, maybe they had to. And so, this ends up being a cash grab by City Council. And I'm not going to support that. Councillors, if you didn't learn anything in the vacant homes tax, one thing you should have taken away is that there was a whole bunch of scenarios, and I'm sure we all heard about them, about unintended consequences or people that got caught in a tough spot. So I thought that the whole notion was this problem with speculation and people buying things and not filling them with residents and holding on to them to see if the price goes higher. Except that now we have a vacant homes tax to deter that type of activity. And the numbers show that there just aren't that many in the city. You can't tell me that a couple hundred properties purchased by a foreign buyer is suddenly going to change the market in this city. So instead of creating a larger administration, bigger processes to bring in, I think it was $9 million to $15 million in a cash grab, just say no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Candeval to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do recognize there are multiple layers to this conversation. However, I'd like to share my support for the city's proposal to implement this as part of looking at a strategy to grow supply, perhaps, or at least beginning an important conversation on speculation and the commodification of housing as a financial instrument. For too long, we've allowed speculation in residential property here in Toronto to run rampant, perhaps, with far-reaching consequences. The commodification of residential properties have been a factor in real estate prices and the ability of families to find a home. along with the 25% provincial foreign speculation tax. This additional 10% will, in my eyes, hopefully create a disincentive for foreign speculators and allow us to better protect our housing stock. Of course, this is coupled with creating supply. And so I hope this motion begins an important conversation as part of not only our multi-year budgeting strategy, but also as part of looking at a very important conversation that is the financialization of housing as instruments of investments. And I hope this is part of a bigger conversation. So thank you for staff and looking forward to the impact of this work. Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
Yeah, just briefly.
Okay, just a sec. And Councillor Candeval, I turn off your mic, please. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, this is one of many steps that we're taking to try and deal with the incredible housing shortage that there is in Toronto. And it's a very modest, and it brings in some revenue, and I think it's a necessary step that we're doing. The very fact this is part of an issue we've been fighting all along is that there's all kinds of offshore organized corporate speculation that occurs in the Toronto housing market. There was a statistic which showed that over 60% of all condos were bought by investor speculators. And you can rest assured a lot of them were corporate offshore speculators. We have all kinds of examples of these speculators going in and buying whole subdivisions outside of Toronto. And then there was pre-construction subdivisions they were buying. Then they sit on them. Once they were built, then they would sell them for twice the price, the whole subdivision. So this is the kind of rampant, out-of-control speculation. Now, this deals with just a small segment of that speculation industry which exists and fuels all these price escalation. It's not going to end the housing shortage we have in Toronto, but at least it's a pretty good signal that you can't come into Toronto and treat housing as a commodity. You can't commoditize housing. That is what this is part of. And, they are only interested in making a profit, and they're right to do that, but they shouldn't do it at the expense of leaving houses empty where people could basically live in them. And it's meant to send a signal, I think, right across the board. You can't come in and pretend that Toronto housing is like investing in Bitcoin. We had the Bitcoin crypto king that had one of these giant mansions in Hamilton that he somehow flipped to Burlington, to the super Canadian Shea Alexander. Yeah, he got one of these houses, and he sued the crypto king and everybody else. He actually won in court, and good for Shea Alexander that he won in court. It set a precedent that you can't do this kind of speculation and profit by this kind of under-the-table speculation, and housing was the way he did it. And so there's all kinds of people that use housing as a way of hiding money, of sheltering money, offshore. I mean, it's a tangled web. I don't want to go into that, but again, I think this is one small, modest step to send a signal that you can't use Toronto housing as Bitcoin. Thank you.
On the item recorded vote.
Interesting case then.
I can ask for some quiet in the middle of a vote so everybody can hear what I say?
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Ainsley. Madam Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay. Our next item is EX 11.8 RapidTO Surface Transit Network Plan. No, that's tomorrow, sorry. The next one is, we did that already. The next item is EX 11.7 Finch West Light Rail Transit. Councillor Perruzza held it down. Do you have questions to staff, Councillor Perruzza? If anybody has any questions, can you please put your name on the list? Councillor Perruzza, questions?
Yeah, just a couple of questions, really, related to the sort of the broader agreement around ownership of the line. Could you explain a little bit how the line will be held and who will be responsible for what?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor. The Finch West LRT line is an asset that's owned by the Province of Ontario. They will be responsible for obviously the capital construction and the life cycle maintenance renewal for the Finch West LRT line. What the city will be doing is through the TTC will be operating the transit vehicles and will be performing what's called day-to-day maintenance on these vehicles.
Yeah. So in effect, the province or Metrolinx will retain ownership of the line, and they will provide the bulk of the maintenance. If the line, breaks down, if there's any major repairs to be done, those kinds of things, they will be wholly and fully responsible. Correct?
Through the Speaker, you are correct, Councillor.
Okay. So to get it, I guess, clear, the province will own it, the province will fix it. Why?
So through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, there were agreements that were signed. There's two agreements that exist.
What do you mean by no TPC? TPC is Toronto Transit, right? Come on, guys. Really? Texans? Come on, man. Doing what job? My city, bro. Are you gonna tell me no more Toronto? The fuck?
Mr. Perruzza.
No. But I want my time back.
Yes, you will have it back. I'll give it back to you. Go ahead.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, there were two agreements that were signed by the province and the city and authorized through previous councils. And during that time, there was a distinction as to who owned the asset versus who was going to be operating it. And that's as far as we have at this point.
No, I understand that, but I guess my friend here, Councillor Moyes, reminds me about the Gardner and the Don Valley, right? And it's like, let them have it because then they have to fix it, right? So here's the provincial government, right? Has an opportunity to give us a line, right? But they decide to maintain it and fix it. Why? Why not give it to us and let us fix it?
So through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, one of the reasons why the province would own the line is that in order for them to have provided the funding for this line, there are certain accounting requirements that require them to actually own the asset that's in question.
Right.
So that is a reason why they are owning the line and maintaining the line.
Correct. Because it has a value, correct?
Correct.
Okay, a big value.
Yes.
And it's on their books. They borrow on the value.
Yes, correct.
It relates to their credit rating, that value.
Yes, correct.
So they're happy to fix it when it breaks down, spend whatever money's required to fix it when it breaks down, because it has a big, and I'm sorry, this is not intended.
I'm here to serve,
I love
Counselor.
you. I got no issue there. I just they want to keep it because that's all I really wanted to know. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. Mr. Togo, you know what question I'm going to ask you.
Yes.
All right. So this agreement that we're being asked to propose today provides that the city is going to pay the operating costs for this line, right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, yes, you are correct.
Right. And that's for an initial period of 10 years, renewable twice more. It's a 30-year commitment.
That is correct.
And that's likely to be how many millions of dollars a year?
Through the Speaker, to you, councillor, I'm not sure of what it would be over the 30 years.
But it's tens of millions a year.
It will be a significant cost for the Finch LRT, as it would be for the Eglinton Crosstown.
Right. And now the province has made a bit, their New Deal, very exciting. They're giving us some operating money for the first 3 of the 30 years, correct?
That is correct.
But nothing for the other 27, except maybe later there'll be some other agreement. Is that right?
So through the Speaker to you, councillor, as I indicated to you previously in previous committee meetings, the province has indicated that the first 3 years, that the 3 years are just for the first 3 years in operation, and then there's a discussion that's to be had further between the city and the province on a longer-term operating commitment. And maybe what I'll do is maybe I'll ask the CFO if he wants to kind of add anything further to that.
Well, let me just sort of stick with my
sorry.
questions, because the time gets eaten
Sure.
up.
Sorry.
So this contract doesn't say anything about a further conversation with the province. It just says the city agrees to pay, right?
Through the Speaker, you are correct. The actual New Deal does not have anything to do with the actual train operating services agreement. It just happens that that first 3 years is going to be funded by the province.
Right. And if we wanted this agreement to say what you just told us, which is we have provincial operating funding for 3 years and then we'll talk about funding, if we make that motion today, what happens?
Through the Speaker to you, councillor, what will happen is that we will not be able to execute, providing again that council authorizes to proceed with it, we would not be able to proceed with the Finch TOSA, the Train Operating Services Agreement, and that could create a situation where we're in breach of legal agreements that we have with the province.
Okay. So do we have any choice here in taking on this multi-million-dollar expense, or is it too late?
Through the Speaker to you, councillor, again, the Train Operating Services Agreement is just that. It's an agreement that basically says we've agreed to, as a result of the agreement in principle that was signed or authorized by council previously, that we would end up paying. How we would go about having further discussions with the province on further funding, I think that's, again, a discussion that has to be had with our Chief Financial Officer.
Right. But do we have the option today to change this contract so that it says we know what's happening for 3 years and we're going to make an agreement about what happens after that? Is that an option that we have?
Through the Speaker, if you're asking my opinion, no, we do not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Next up is Councillor Myers.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm just wondering, how many people will the Finch West, how many people are projected to be moving on the Finch West LRT once it's finally up and running?
One moment, Councillor. We'll have to see if we can pull that information up for you.
Pause my time, please. Or I can ask another question.
Perhaps maybe you can ask another question.
Sure.
We'll try to find that information for you.
Have we signed an agreement like this before?
Through the Speaker, through the Deputy Speaker, yes, we have. The Eglinton Crosstown agreement was, Council authorized it in June of 2022, and the actual Eglinton Crosstown train operating funding agreement was signed off in August of 2023.
Great. Are there any significant differences between this agreement and what was signed in Eglinton?
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor, there are a few changes. There are, first of all, there's a difference in the type of agreements. The Eglinton Crosstown, due to its complexity and the size of the line, had multiple service levels. The Finch Avenue West LRT only has one service level. As a result of the work that was done on the Eglinton Crosstown and the work that was done by the TTC and ourselves, there was a lot of discussion about how we can institute a financial change mechanism within the Finch TOSA that will allow that if there are changes to occur, that these can be done in an efficient manner that won't create a risk back onto the city or to the TTC. As an example, those are two major ones that would occur.
Thank you. And I've heard at least some comparison that, you know, this agreement reminds people of what was done in Ottawa. Can you just explain some of the important differences between what we're signing here and what, you know, that agreement that happened with the Ottawa LRT and some of the problems that people are potentially worried about?
So through you, Deputy Speaker, to the councillor, this is a different agreement than the one that was signed in Ottawa. Firstly, the TTC have been very involved in developing what's called the Train Operating Services format or agreement. This has been very carefully reviewed by the TTC's head of LRT operations and their staff. We have reviewed it with city staff. It actually forms the basis of the Train Operating Services Agreement. And then it is wrapped by the larger commercial agreement, which is the deal that we have with Metrolinx and Mosaic Transit Group to make sure that they're actually doing it. And if there are issues, what mechanisms are in place in order for us to enforce. So in other words, if, for example, bus bridging would be required, how does that get identified? When would it be? When would it occur? And under what steps would need to be taken?
Thank you. And in the event that there is a dispute between the TTC and the Mosaic in terms of maintenance or operations, how are those disputes resolved under this agreement?
So through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor, there is a significant dispute resolution mechanism that is embedded within the Train Operating Services Agreement. That includes both a lower tier of engagement at the various levels amongst the three organizations, and then it escalates up to adjudication and, if necessary, a further step after that.
So does staff feel like the dispute resolution mechanics in the agreement, as well as the overall agreement, give us the sufficient comfort that we need signing this and executing this agreement to start operating the Finch West LRT?
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, yes, we do.
Thank you.
Oh, perhaps, Madam Speaker, if I could, to answer the councillor's previous question, yes, the volume that we're expecting to see on the Finch West is 12 million riders per year.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And so a couple of my questions will be, I think we've already spoken, and so I just want to clarify a couple of things for the public. getting a number of calls on the Finch LRT. It's been, the construction's been going on for quite some time. People are eager and excited to see a higher order transit up in Etobicoke North. The question about the agreement, maybe let's clarify that. When this is a project that's been on the books for so long, and we're just now, just to clarify, I think I know what the answer is, why are we just now coming to an agreement and not 2 years ago or longer? Why is this happening now?
So through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, a couple of events occurred. So firstly, the Eglinton Crosstown was further advanced than the Finch. The Finch West LRT actually started in 2019. So it was a later in its construction. So that took it obviously didn't require that immediate action to be taken. Similar, at the same time, we were working on the Eglinton Crosstown TOFA, which is the Train Operating Funding Agreement. That created the base for the actual Train Operating Services Agreement that's currently in front of you, or the term sheet that's in front of you. So what we were trying to do was to avoid trying to negotiate with Metrolinx in the province on two agreements at the same time. So we were trying to get the terms settled in the first one to be more efficient in the second one. So it started a little bit later, and in fact, it has been concluded much faster than the Eglinton Crosstown agreement.
But there's still two independent agreements.
Yes, there is.
Okay. And again, you know, people are quite concerned as to why it's still not up and running. Originally, we've had estimates that this LRT would be operating by the end of 23, amended to the first quarter of 24. Now, the latest estimate is, I believe, the last quarter of 24, the end of this year. How do we account for that, and what do we say to our constituents?
So through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I don't want to speak on behalf of Metrolinx, but what they have indicated to us is that what they're doing right now is that the construction is generally complete with the section, with the exception of a section near Weston Road and Finch. So that's the construction that still needs to be completed. And then what they're doing right now is the testing and commissioning and the systems testing and operation. So that is the bulk of the time that they're going to take in order to ensure that the system is safe and ready for operation. The TTC won't operate the system unless they are comfortable that it meets their meets their requirements.
So this is the Western Road and Finch area is the only area that needs, so this is the area in Councillor Peruzza's work, correct?
That is correct.
So he's somewhat responsible for, no, just kidding. That's not his responsibility. So that's it? So just that one intersection is causing this delay?
I want to be careful to characterize it as it's preventing, the trains are currently operating on the system. They're starting to do the train system run through, so effectively they're running the trains from one end to the other. What I was referring to is that there's a multi-use path that needs to be constructed, and it's right underneath a CP rail bridge. Okay. CP rail is very difficult in terms of allowing work underneath its rail corridor. So there was a lot of negotiation that's occurred between Metrolinx and CP in order for that to work. That's caused this construction to be delayed.
Last question, how hopeful or optimistic are you that we will have it up and running by no later than the last quarter of this year?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor.
And maybe you can't answer that.
Yeah, I won't answer it other than to indicate the same thing that Metrolinx has told us, that they are targeting towards the fall of this year for the Finch West LRT to be in operation.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Chow to speak.
Hello, colleagues. Finch West, this LRT, along 11 kilometers, 12 million riders. Hopefully it'll be open this year. And in 2012, we had a master agreement with Metrolinx. They're going to build it. We're going to operate it. But as you might recall, last summer, coming in as your new mayor, inherited a big budget shortfall. It was 1.5 billion, and then now 1.8 billion. At the time, the first council we had was the long-term financial plan. At that time, we identified a few things that we might not be able to do. One of which is the operating costs of this new Finch LRT and the Eglinton Crosstown, because it's a substantial amount of money. So, as you might recall, we said we have to seek the provincial and the federal government to support us. So we started the New Deal conversation. Bearing in mind that master agreement was already signed, that we are on the hook to operate the LRT already. We could choose not to, but that would disappoint 12 million riders because they waited for a long time for this, hopefully soon, this LRT to be open. So I went off together with your city manager, and we came back with the New Deal. Part of the New Deal is that every year there will be a 330 million per year of the operating funding for TTC, one of which is to operate this light rapid transit. Just the operating cost. The maintenance costs in the 2016 agreement said that the maintenance, both life cycle and non-life cycle, will be, Metrolinx will be picking that up. So I think it's a very good deal. The fact that we got the provincial government to support us, to say, yes, we understand your financial difficulties. We will now come in and, yes, it is only 3 years, but I do want to say to you, though, that this New Deal is not finished. The table where the federal, provincial, and the municipal government continue to meet, and we know it's only 3 years. However, we only had 2 months. We are continue to look for ways in an ongoing way to deal with our financial difficulties. It is a structural problem, and we'll find a structural way to deal with it. So I can't wait for this LRT to open. 18 stops linking to Line 1 from the Finch West subway station to the New Humber College. It's going to be exciting. It will serve a whole lot of people that have been waiting for a long time, decades, for this public transit service. I just want to give you that context as to why is it only 3 years? What is it that's why the New Deal is only, at this point, 3 years of operating funding. But do know that we've already signed an agreement in 2012 to manage to operate this line already anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Pruitt said to speak.
So I have no motions. Really just got a couple of thank yous. A little history and a little advice. I was happy in 07, 08 when the city council said, you know what? We need to do something on, yes, Transit City. We need to do something on Finch Avenue. Finally, right? And I was like, oh, yeah. Then I was sad and disappointed when he got, you know, tangled up in the trolley debate. Remember the trolley debate? Yes, I do. Trolleys, trolleys, trolleys everywhere. You can't get around the town. Anyway. Then we survived that too, right? We went out, you know, conducted some petitions, kept going, and the rest of it, and lo and behold. So it started in 07, 08, you know, it's usually, like, this is going to be what, 17, 18 years when it comes online, right? Just imagine that, the length of the life of one of these projects. This is and this is an above-ground line, right? 17 years. The subway, 30 years, right? That subway extension. I lived through that. 30 years, man, oh man, oh man. But you know what? If you wait long enough, some good things are going to happen. So in that regard, thank you, right? I thank council. I want to thank the mayor for the operating funding. I get it. We're all nervous. You know, the first 2, 3, 4 years, you don't know how it's going to go, what the riderships are going to be, what the service levels. I'm disappointed that this is kind of like a line that gets stuck at 17, 18 cars, a certain level of service, not much beyond that. But we will live with that. So thank you to the mayor for that. It kind of like takes some pressure off in the early life of the council. I get it too. I get it, and I appreciate the work that staff has done on this. In relation to these agreements. I understand also that there's very little wiggle room and there's very little opportunity to negotiate when you have like the dad at the table saying, this is how it shall be. You don't really get an opportunity to have a whole lot of say in that conversation. Thou shalt do it this way. Okay, and that's what the province has essentially done here. But in that regard, just a couple of cautions and advice. You know what? You want to thank the provincial government, and that's another guy that I need to thank, right? Not often do you want to say thank you to the province, but in this regard, thank you for the line, thank you for the money, thank you most of all, and especially for the hub at Jane Finch that flows from this line. A considerable community benefit, which a lot of people up in the Jane Finch neighborhood are so anxious and eager to receive and to do some good thing from that. And we thank them for their benevolence. But I can't help but look at this and say, man, oh man, oh man, this is kind of like a consultant and lawyer's dream. You look at this agreement and you say, consultants and lawyers line up. I don't know why the province would do it this way. I don't know why Big Papa at the table would say, thou shalt do it this way. Even they got to know that. You know, the subway line breaks down now. You got a legion of TTC employees and contractors who swoop down on that line, fix it and get it up and running. And every once in a while, you have a bypass and a breakdown and the rest of it. But it kind of works. Now, why you would structure a convoluted agreement, convoluted and complex about ownership and operation. I get the ownership part. I get that too. It has value. They want to keep the value. And on this one, interestingly enough, you're going to get to see, because they're going to have to evaluate it, because they're going to pay grants in lieu of taxes for a portion of the line. For those of you who didn't know that, I just discovered that fact, right? So somebody's going to come along and actually give a value to this line, right? Not a real value in terms of its value, because it'll probably be based on abutting property uses and those kinds of things. It's a real stupid valuation system. But somebody's going to come up with a dollar value for it, which is interesting, right? Because it'll be interesting for us going forward. Anyway, I digress. There was something I wanted to say about the consultants and the lawyers. But there'll be lots of other opportunities in further debates down the road. My time is up. I will provide that advice later on. Stay tuned. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. I mean, in response to my colleague, Mr. Peritz, I have to say, no 15-page agreement is a lawyer's dream. We could do a lot better than that. But never mind. This is an important step for the city, for sure. We need more transit. We need more transit in underserved parts of the city. This is important. The purpose of my questions simply were that at a time when we have an enormous deficit, as the mayor has already indicated, here we are again taking on another large amount of operating costs, which unless we get a different fiscal framework, has to come out of the property tax. So I would have preferred not doing that. I would have preferred an agreement that said we've got a funding structure for 3 years. We shouldn't also say, fine, we're going to pay everything else for the next 27 years, knowing that we can't, or at least we have great difficulty. However, Mr. Toigo's been very clear over and over and over again that this is not possible, that either we go ahead or we don't go ahead. And the people of Northwest Toronto need this line. And if the city is incurring large expenses, well, public transit is a really good thing to spend it on. So definitely I want to thank the staff, certainly Mr. Toigo and his group and the TTC folks and many other people have worked very hard over many, many years to deliver this line. The city has put a huge amount of money in here. One thing about reading the agreement, it was interesting that the base was only 5 stations, was what the province is offering. And then they've asked the city for extra money, an extra $1 billion for this and that, to have additional stations, which are what are needed to actually give people a real chance to live their life without a car. So it's a big lift financially. It's a very important improvement to the city for the northwest part of the city. And Mayor, we really need you to keep working on that framework because we need to be able to pay for this stuff. But thank you to everybody, and I hope you'll support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak? Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to talk very briefly. I'm very proud that the part of this line is in Ward 6 at Keele and Finch. It connects with the subway line. It'll be both the starting point and the terminus for all riders, should they go the whole line. The agreement before us is 110 pages long. It's an extremely complex document, and there's probably only about 4 or 5 people on the face of the earth who have ever read it. But it puts in place the legalese to make sure that this can run effectively, that there's a dispute settlement mechanism, and that the city and both the province are protected as we roll out this line. But I just wanted to thank the TTC. I want to thank Metrolinx and, of course, city staff. I think this will be a wonderful line leading from Keele and Finch over to Humber College. Those estimates of ridership are actually very impressive. I hope we reach them. But this is wonderful to have this kind of high-level transit up in the northwest part of the city, and in the long run, we'll be connecting it with other lines. So I just wanted to make sure that I thanked everybody, our city staff, TTC, Metrolinx, of course the province, for their contribution to this line. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just want to, again, add my support and thank you to all the staff, the TTC staff, the city staff, the Metrolinx staff who worked really, really hard on getting us to where we are today. The Finch West LRT will be just a game changer for the TTC in terms of opening a new line, in terms of the possibilities that it provides us to move our customers in an efficient, comfortable, and reliable manner. We're very, very excited at the TTC to get this, 11-kilometer, 18-stop LRT line running. Who knows? It might even open before Eglinton Crosstown at this stage. But we think this is a good news day for Toronto, and it's a good news day for the TTC. And we're really, really excited about when this line will finally get rolling. And congratulations to all the people in Northwest Toronto who've had to make a lot of sacrifices to see this happen, and I hope the sacrifices pay off. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the item. On favor? Show of hands, opposed, if any, carried.
Can we have a recorded vote? There was a recorded vote time. This is it, Speaker. Like the biggest thing you're doing, the biggest thing you're going to do right now. Record it.
All right, stop. Recorded vote. Okay, we're in the middle of a vote. We're in the middle, stop chirping.
Councillor Bradford, please. The item is adopted unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, now our next item, okay, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Holliday, please. Our next item, EX 11.10, which is the Toronto Police Services Board response to MM 11.37, keeping Toronto safe. And we did combine, Councillor Crescenti held that item, and we also combined IE 10.7, which is the Highway 401 overpass safety, and Councillor Pasternak held that item down. So we're going to deal with both items. So if we have any questions on EX 11.10 and IE 10.7, Councillor Pasternak, it's your item that you held down, and Councillor Crescenti. Questions? Councillor Crescenti.
Ed, I'll hold mine for a few minutes.
It doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
We're dealing with both at the same
Go ahead.
time.
Go ahead. I'm fine. Got to go to the washroom anyway.
Councillor Crescenti, we're dealing with both at the same time.
Oops.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, through you to city staff. So the City of Toronto does have a rallies and protests policy. To the city manager or to legal?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there is a policy. However, when we're looking at this issue, and certainly when we were preparing our report, we were focusing on the bylaw provisions that apply to protests on streets.
So when you look up the rallies and protests policy in the City of Toronto, it's one sentence under the hate activity procedures. And there are absolutely no requirements to hold such an event, with the exception of filling out the Toronto Police Notice of Demonstration. Is that a correct assumption?
So I'm actually not the best person to respond to questions on that policy, Madam Speaker.
Okay, just Councillor Pasternak, we do have someone from the police services on the line if we have any questions to Toronto Police.
Yes, okay, so let's move in that direction. So it's my understanding that the only requirement of an organization having a protest and rally in this city is to fill out a Toronto Police Notice of Demonstration. I guess for the member of Toronto Police Services, do you receive these documents? You've attended 300 protests since October 7th. Is your file full of 300 such documents?
Hi, my name is Superintendent Kathy Stevenson. I am here representing the Toronto Police Service as the unit commander of intelligence, and in saying that, the hate crime unit. However, I'm not the best person to speak to protests and notification of those protests and the policy. So I wouldn't feel like I'm the best person to provide you an answer at this time.
All right, well, let's go back to the city manager. We're not making much progress on this. Is it correct to assume that when it comes to a protest and rally in this city, no permits are needed, no deposits are needed, no approvals for rerouting TTC services, no fees, no solid waste, no EMS, no paid duty? The only requirement, based on what I'm reading on the City of Toronto webpage, is to fill out this Toronto Police Notice of Demonstration.
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
So the report we've received regarding the 401 overpass lists a wide range powers that the city has to control or monitor various protests in, I guess, risky or dangerous situations. I don't see any indication that any of these have been enforced over the last number of months or maybe even years. Trespass to Property Act, enforcing bylaws that prevent erection of banners.
What I can say...
Streets and sidewalks.
I apologize.
Blocking roads, Provincial Offences Act. I can't seem to find any indication that any of these have been enforced.
The enforcement of even city bylaws, but also criminal code provisions in the event of a protest is largely addressed by the police rather than City of Toronto enforcement staff.
So in the city of Ottawa recently, bylaw enforcement were handing out tickets to protesters for noise bylaw violations. We don't do that.
That's really a question for MLS. I can't speak to whether that occurs. I expect it does occur in some instances, but the larger protests are handled by the police.
So at lunchtime today, I walked out to Queen Street and I walked through Nathan Phillips Square, and there was a protest. It had nothing to do with the Middle East. It was a labor protest, something about hospital workers. And I noticed they had completely blocked Queen Street to hold their protest. The square was empty, but they were blocking Queen Street. Is that permitted under this policy where we can block a right of way without permits?
City bylaws do prohibit the blocking of a road through a protest, and where necessary, police do step in to address a blockage of a street or a sidewalk.
Well, we do have MLS here, but did you want to respond to that question?
Yes, I'd be happy to direct this to MLS. Okay. In the staff report here, we're given a wide range, a list of I guess, powers the city has to make sure that protests are safe and adhere to a number of our different bylaws. It goes on for a page and a bit. Yet I don't see any indication of any of these being enforced in recent months across the city.
Thank you for the question. I think the city solicitor has summed it up appropriately, that protests are best managed by the Toronto Police. We do have a noise bylaw. It does not cover people noise. We'll be discussing noise in 2 more items, hopefully, later today or first thing tomorrow. I've just learned, as you've quoted Ottawa bylaw officers issuing tickets. I feel strongly that protests and large groups are best managed by the police, and bylaw officers would not get the respect that they would deserve from these protesters.
Question? Councillor Chang, questions? Now, we're at the 2 items, so you can ask questions on both items. Councillor Chang?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just have clarification about this report about the erection of banners that present a danger to health or safety and the obstruction of a street. So it seems to me that there is some level of interpretation that we have to assess, is that banner dangerous? And I'm wondering who in this enforcement regime is responsible for making that assessment?
Enforcement officers, whether they be police officers or bylaw enforcement officers, routinely exercise discretion to determine, on the basis of the facts in front of them, whether there's a violation.
So is a banner that is hung off a bridge that is not blocking anyone, is that considered dangerous?
Because it is the responsibility of an enforcement officer to exercise discretion in these situations, I'm not prepared to answer that.
Could someone from the Toronto Police Service answer, please?
Good afternoon. This is Superintendent Kathy Stevenson again. Again, I think it's very difficult or challenging to answer these questions in hypotheticals. The officers do make those assessments on the ground based on a number of factors, and looking at if a flag is hanging over a bridge based on what is the impact on the traffic below, or is there the presence of counter protests? And the officers take in all kinds of factors to make a full assessment on the public safety risk in terms of wherever the protest is, and then based off that assessment, they would take action. But it is challenging to take these situations one by one and take in hypotheticals and make an assessment based off of limited information.
Thank you. And it seems to me that one of the challenges we have with fighting hate is the definition of hate and to what extent we're able to hold people accountable. So can you please clarify who actually has the right to deem something as hate speech?
So hate speech is defined in the criminal code. Police officers are responsible for enforcing the criminal code. Any charges under the criminal code would be issued by a police officer. And once again, the officer addressing a particular matter would assess the facts in front of them and make that assessment.
Does the Attorney General play a role in defining that hate? I believe there is some kind of process where the Attorney General actually has to allow for that. So actually, I actually think officers are not allowed to assess if something is hate speech, that it has to go to the Attorney General.
So they do have an internal process of getting a sign-off.
So therefore, actually, an officer standing on the street cannot, on their own, make that assessment. Is that correct?
As I said, they do have an internal process, but the officer on the street has a significant role because they're the one observing the facts.
And so right now, in all the events that are happening, how many hate crimes or hate speech have actually resulted in a conviction?
This is Superintendent Stevenson again. Your question is how many hate speech investigations have resulted in a conviction in what time period?
Since October 7th.
That is none. That would be a process that would, again, going through the process of receiving approval from the Attorney General and then going through a court process and prosecution, that could take years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, just ask questions.
Thank you, Speaker. To the City Solicitor, I want to ask first of all about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in Canada. Is it accurate that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms enshrines as a fundamental freedom of thought, belief, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and freedom of association?
Yes, that's correct.
And that is the law of the land in the sense that those, you have to be able to it's a very high bar to violate those rights.
Yes,
by preventing someone to express themselves and assemble.
Yes.
Okay.
If the speech is assessed as protected speech, and there are a couple of tests for that, then there is a high bar for governments that take steps to limit the freedom of expression in particular, which is primarily what we're looking at here, but the others as well.
Yeah, because freedom of assembly actually comes into play when people come together in a place.
It does.
Right. And for police services whose duties and powers are found in the Police Services Act, they are beholden or limited to intervene based on an imminent threat or danger. Is that correct?
It depends on which offense you're looking at, but that is certainly one of the tests.
Right. There's a dual test, as I understand it. It's two-pronged, and that it has to be justifiable relative to the discharging their duty.
Okay, so we look first, if we're talking about the test for determining whether a violation of a charter right is justified, first of all, we look to see whether the if we're talking about expression, whether it's protected, and then we look to see whether the limit is proportional. And that includes, first, it has to be linked. It has to be linked to addressing the problem, and then it has to be, it can't be overreach. It can't go farther than is necessary to address the problem.
And we have very few, this is my editorializing, we don't have too many guarantees, but civil and political liberties are guaranteed under the Charter. And one of the tests for whether something is a violation, for example, the limit of my free expression in the beginning of yours, if I say something that is uncomfortable to you or makes you feel bad, that is not a reason to violate or impinge on my freedom of expression, correct?
Generally speaking, I would say that's correct.
And this, we've had a kind of a review of this quite profoundly in this city because of the G20 protests. And I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the Office of the Independent Police Review Director, but there was a report on the G20, and it starts by saying that protests in this country is actually a public good. It's something that it's been here throughout history, and it makes some conclusions about the need to actually respect assembly and expression.
I'm familiar with the report, but I haven't read it for a long time.
Okay. So essentially what we're finding here is that we have to, police conduct with relation to expression is limited under the Charter to protect our fundamental freedoms, whether you like the content of that expression or not. Whether that expression makes people uncomfortable or unhappy, those are fundamental freedoms.
There are some types of expression that are not protected, though, just going back to the point I made earlier. Hate speech or threats of violence. And expression that is in itself violent is another example.
Exactly. So certain kinds of hate speech has already been defined in the criminal code.
Yes.
So we should be referring to the criminal code and the position of the courts already with respect, for example, to the convoy, which I wasn't very pleased about, but the finding is that hate is defined in law, and that we should be referring to that and not inventing new kind of limitations based on a political environment. And this is not a left or right issue. It's not a question of values. It's actually a question of constitutional protections.
Yeah. I didn't think that was a question, so I was going to sit down, actually.
Okay, am I off? Am I off here?
Again, I didn't really see that as a question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
No, thank you, Speaker. This question, I think, may be directly to the Toronto Police. I believe they're here online somewhere. Referring to the report 11.10, part of the recommendations, in part, indicate that the chief continue efforts to protect and bolster the sense of security of communities targeted by hate crimes across the city. In addition to that, it's asking the chief to protect and promote a sense of safety in areas such as places of worship and cultural centers, with the neighborhood community officers also deployed into these communities. So there's a number of requests there. In part, like I said, these are just some of them. So my question is, in response to the rising hate crimes, I'm wondering if you could tell me what stress level is this putting on the police force in terms of the number of officers that need to be deployed and maybe assigned to the hate crimes unit in order to deal with these issues and to continue to keep our city safe and protected from hate crimes.
Good afternoon. So again, Superintendent Kathy Stevenson here. So the hate crime unit was first came into play. It was expanded in October of 2023 when we saw an unprecedented spike in hate crimes. The unit prior to October 7th consisted of 6 members, and it was expanded to 32 members. And of the 32 that involved officers that were a part of investigative teams, it involved special constables, and it also had a civilian component of analysts and researchers. So with that definitely, it increased the capacity that we had to investigate hate crimes across the city, and it brought a level of consistency that allowed us to have better solve rates. So in saying that, to increase the unit, we had to pull from units within the service, from both commands. We pulled from the Specialized Operations Command and the Community Safety Command. And our stats are very good. So, we have approximately over 50 arrested parties and over 130 charges laid. But with that comes a cost. And the cost is that we have resources in our hate crime unit now that are no longer doing what they were doing. And the jobs that they were doing are no longer being done. So I think that we have been strategic in who we have brought to the hate crime unit, ensuring that we're not pulling from our primary response. But we have also it's definitely put overtasked some of our proactive units. So we've taken from some of our proactive policing units and put them into our reactive units, being the hate crime unit. Okay. And I think that what we have to be mindful of is, although we may see a decrease at some point in our hate crime units, the spike in increase that we've seen has caused such an increase in occurrences that this will take us some time to investigate, and also going through the court process and disclosure process will also increase our need for additional resources in this area.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. So the unit increased to 32 members, but just very quickly, if I could squeeze in a couple of more quick questions. Do you anticipate that it's going to continue to grow given the direction that's in front of us in this item that's in front of us now? From 32 to a higher complement?
Yes, I think we can anticipate, given the climate, that we will still continue to have an increase compared to previous years of hate crime. And I think that given the increase in occurrences that we've seen, for reference, within the months from October 7th to the end of December, we had approximately 570 radio calls that were hate crime related. In comparison to previous years, we saw approximately 40 calls.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. I just want to interject one quick question, last question. So, Superintendent, just your opinion on the absence of, the reinstatement of the $12.6 million to take your budget to the required $20 million that the board approved. How would this impact your ability to adequately respond in these rising hate crimes amongst all the other issues that we have across the city?
Councillor, that was your last question.
That's my last question.
Well, I think the risk is that we would have to reprioritize, and that members of our hate crime unit would have to be redeployed back to our priority response. I think another risk is the neighborhood officer program, again, very valuable to the outreach that we have to increase reporting, and that loss of the neighborhood officer program would have potential impact on how hate crimes are reported.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions? Councillor Carroll. Okay. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I just wanted to clarify something in regard to Councillor Bravo's questions that I think may have been confusing. And so I guess it's through you to the police superintendent. The councillor talked about imminent danger. Could you just briefly explain that? I'm not sure how it relates to hate crime, but my understanding is, that might apply to police entering someone's house without a warrant, but it doesn't apply to, not really relevant, in my opinion, and I need your opinion, in terms of laying a charge or even arresting somebody.
So I think I can't quite recall the exact question, but in terms of hate crime, it's correct that we need the Attorney General's permission to lay hate speech related charges, and that is by design, obviously to protect our charter. However, there is a charge of public incitement of hatred, and that can be laid by an officer on the road without having consent of the Attorney General. And it's in those moments where there is a public safety concern and we don't have time. We don't have that luxury of time to receive that consent. It's a very unusual charge. It hasn't been used very often in Canada. And we've laid it once here in Toronto since October 7th.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you're up.
Hi, I have a couple of lines of questioning. My first is to the Toronto Police Service, and please be mindful, I'm trying to get through a bunch of questions. In answers to a previous question, you've said there's been an increase in hate speech. Is that, are you measuring that increase by cases where speech has been found to be hateful? Do you have a list of terms that you use? How are you determining that?
Well, I think what I said was there was an increase in hate-motivated offenses. So there was an increase in hate crime, but that is a broad spectrum. That is also other offenses that include...
I need to be very precise. You've now just said again that there is an increase, and the motivated, that's not a legal term. There is an increase in hate speech. How are you testing that? Do you have a list of terms? Do you have prosecutions? How are you testing that question when you give us that information?
Well, there is a difference, and that's what I'm saying. There is a difference between reported hate speech investigations, which require Attorney General approval, and reported hate crimes, which could be assaults, mischiefs, threats.
So
overall,
in terms of the Attorney General piece, so I take it you've consulted with the Attorney General, and there's some guidance you've received on whether you can describe certain actions as hate speech in this moment we're in? Yes?
So there is reports, either it's observed by officers on the road, or there is reports by a complainant or victim of hate speech. There is an investigative process, a collection of evidence. That evidence is then packaged and presented to our hate crime working group of Crown attorneys. And then there is a decision made in consult with our hate crime working group, Crowns, as to if this meets the threshold or potentially meets the threshold of hate speech. And then it is sent to the Attorney General for approval.
Okay,
if I may, through the chair, Councillor, just to clarify, hate motivated or motivated by bias is in the criminal code. It's section 718.2A1. That's evidence that an offense was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate.
That's an additional charge that's brought in some cases. I understand that. To the city solicitor, we have had numerous occasions where this council has been asked to consider taking actions to constrain speech. One example I can think of, there was a period of time, I want to say 6 or 7 years ago, when anti-abortion protesters were carrying placards on city sidewalks. And at that time, some members asked us to consider a bylaw preventing people from carrying those signs. And if I recall correctly, the advice from staff was our ability to do that was limited by them actually blocking the sidewalk and making it unsafe, not the content of the sign. Am I remembering correctly?
I don't remember that specific advice, but that advice makes sense to me.
It makes sense. So we just can't pass bylaws saying this kind of speech or that kind of speech that doesn't violate the rights of a protected group. You can't carry a placard like that.
It's very difficult to justify a limitation on the content of speech. There are, of course, situations where the law permits it. We've discussed a couple of those today.
Yeah, and some of these conversations have been very painful and difficult for us. I'm remembering one in 2011 when there was a consideration of banning a group participating in Pride, Queers Against Israeli Apartheid. And, you know, there were different motions. Some people want to take their money away. Some people wanted to limit that group. And we asked the Human Rights branch in the city manager's office and your office to report. And in that report, there were a number of findings, but one of them was that there is no case law that says making a claim about a nation state is a violation, is a hate crime, because nation states are not a protected group. Am I remembering that correctly?
I will say that I just want to explain my earlier statement that we would not, generally speaking, interpret the hate speech provisions of the criminal code. In this case, what the city was looking at was its own policy, and the question was around funding, around a grant. And you wouldn't give a grant if the grant recipient was going to violate the city's
There was
policy.
also an issue about permits. There were multiple different ways people came at it.
But this was not a criminal code
I'm remembering
issue.
correctly, and I have the report in front of me.
That was your last question.
Staff did say that there's no case law in Canada that says nation states are a protected group.
Okay, thank you.
That's what the conclusion says, but because this just came up, I have not reread this report.
Okay. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to go back over a detail that I don't think was covered in the report, and it was about the breakdown of work when it comes to enforcing Provincial Offence Act tickets or rules under the Provincial Offences Act. So the city, and somebody can jump in here and correct it, the city passes a whole bunch of bylaws, and the bylaws govern conduct on the roadways, in the parks. There's even a noise bylaw. And our staff, and maybe even some of the senior staff, are provincial offense officers, and they can give someone a ticket, either a Part 1 or a Part 3, if they break one of those rules. Is that true? That's basically
yes,
how
that's
it
true.
works. That's basically how it works. In the event of a protest where the police attend on site, I think Mr. Grant said, you know, the bylaw officers don't go in there and say, hey, you littered on the street, or, you know, you're blocking traffic, or you're breaking one of our bylaws. The police take over in that situation. They can charge people criminally, but do I understand it correctly, they can also issue a provincial offense ticket? They become the provincial offense officer. Is that right?
That is correct. The police are much better equipped to deal with even bylaw infractions in the context of a protest.
But they can do everything that our bylaw office
Yes.
staff can do. Maybe they don't know all the rules as well, but they can give a ticket.
Yes.
What is the mechanism that there's a handover? Or is there a mechanism that a situation that erupts gets to a critical mass, that the police attend on site, and there's no longer an expectation for the city to enforce its bylaws using its enforcement staff? Is that sorted out, or does this just happen?
I'll try to answer that one. We have a very strong partnership with the Toronto Police Service. Again, we work with them very closely on a number of matters. During COVID in particular, the protests, anti-masking and of things of that nature, things that were happening at Christie Pitts in a park or at a Queen's Park or at Nathan Phillips Square. We would go to provide support on the perimeter, but the bulk of the work and the priority of the work in managing that protest and the experience of the police service, it is best managed by the Toronto Police Service.
Right, and so if you attend on the perimeter, is that under the direction or at least in the coordination of the Toronto Police who have command?
It is coordinated.
It is coordinated. Okay, so council doesn't direct enforcement, but it would seem, do I have it right? It would seem to be backwards if council had this desire or resourced you or set rules around introducing bylaw enforcement officers into protests, because that really falls with the police.
And I'll just say that you make two accurate statements. One is that it falls with the police, and then two, that council does not have the authority to direct enforcement.
Okay. I think I got all this. I appreciate your answers to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
On a point of order?
Point of order, Councillor Perks.
Speaker, when I was asking questions, I asked a question and I explicitly outlined that I would like an answer from staff from the Toronto Police Service. Partway through answering one of my questions, a representative of the Toronto Police Service Board interrupted to add more. If I wanted an answer from the Toronto Police Service Board, I would have asked them a question, and I'm just asking in future if representatives of the Toronto Police Service Board could please refrain from answering Toronto Police Service questions.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. So we will advise. Okay, may I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Moved by Councillor Moyes. Councillor Moyes, if you can read it. Okay, go ahead.
Just waiting for it to come up, Madam Speaker.
There it is.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City of Council meeting 14 on February 6, 2024.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.